Romance Rendezvous. Chapter 138. Zhang Zhongbin felt his scalp go numb. Something that could make He Yuanyue hesitate for so long. Something that could make He Yuanyue hesitate for so long. Zhang Zhongbin instinctively smelled the scent of a monstrous wave. He Yuanyue muttered to herself, her face showing a hesitant expression. Her white hair was fluttering in the wind. This was a sign that she was deep in thought. Her brows were tightly knitted, and her eyes were unusually solemn. As she muttered to herself for a long time, Chief Zhang's heart grew heavier and heavier. He knew very well that in recent years, there were not many things that could make the old principal so cautious and deliberate. Now, she had called in advance and asked him to come in secret. After coming, she was still hesitating and deliberating the words to speak. Then, this matter would most likely be of earth-shattering importance. Then, the people involved in this matter would most likely be unprecedentedly important. As He Yuanyue continued to ponder, Zhang Zhongbin almost didn't dare to breathe loudly. A layer of cold sweat quietly appeared on his shiny scalp. Even his heart was beating faster and faster, but he had to control himself and not dare to breathe loudly for fear of interrupting He Yuanyue's thoughts. Just how important was this matter? Finally, He Yuanyue said, "Sister Lan, please stand guard at the door. Use the power of your astral souls to isolate my office." Okay. The sweat on Zhang Zhongbin's forehead rolled down in an instant. The two of them were already here, and Sister Lan was actually still needed to isolate the information. After a long time, in a deathly silent atmosphere, He Yuanyue finally spoke. "Zhongbin, what is the highest power that you can use now? How much exactly?" He Yuanyue finally spoke. But once she opened her mouth, just one sentence, not only did Zhang Zhongbin's mood not relax, but it made him even more nervous. His mind was tense like never before. He thought seriously and said, "The combat power that Star Shield has stationed in Phoenix City includes 2 nascent soul cultivators and 11 primordial core grandmasters. But these primordial core cultivators, when they walked the thorny road back then, they didn't exceed 6 levels." He Yuanyue slowly shook her head. "Not enough. Far from enough. In addition, I am confident that I can invite Kunlun Dao Sect's Mu Yinyan and Zizai Dao Sect's teacher Qiu to help. These two are peak nascent soul experts." Zhang Zhongbin slowly considered who he could get help from and who he could rely on. "Other than that, I can also get help from the governor's office and the city guard's office." As he spoke, he cautiously observed He Yuanyue's expression. There's no need to mention these 2 places. Are there any other reinforcements?" He Yuanyue interrupted and said gloomily. Zhang Zhongbin felt a chill run down his spine. When he mentioned the governor's mansion and the city guard's mansion, he didn't say anything definite. His main intention was to test the waters, hoping to get a rough idea. He didn't expect that He Yuanyue would directly reject these 2 places. Doesn't that mean that the more Zhang Zhongbin thought about it, the colder his heart became? Wouldn't this matter pierce through the heavens? "The combat power of our side is too weak." He Yuanyue sighed helplessly and said lightly, "There is a huge disparity in the combat power of both sides. Coupled with the disadvantage of being passive, even if the only 3 nascent soul senior teachers in the 2nd high school are all sent to you, plus Qin Fangyang and Sister Lan are lent to you, it's still not enough." Zhang Zhongbin broke out in a cold sweat and didn't dare to answer for a while. Such a lineup, such a manpower, such a configuration, it was still far from enough. Romance Rendezvous. What was the scale of the other side's combat power? He couldn't sleep and eat well just thinking about it. If we gather all the high-end forces of the governor's mansion, the city guards, the military, and the martial arts educational bureau, it's enough. But in these places, there are too many people who can't be trusted. He Yuanyue said lightly, "Once we alert the enemy, we really have no chance." Zhang Zhongbin wanted to say something, but he didn't know what to say or where to start. His heart was stuck in his throat, or it would jump out of his mouth in the next moment. The situation had become so serious. How could he deal with it? At least in his imagination, there was no backup plan. Will the summit send experts as reinforcements? Can the Dragon Blood team send a few people? He Yuanyue mentioned the Dragon Blood team very clearly. It was obvious that she favored this force. It's not very likely that we can invite the Dragon Blood team as reinforcements. I made a report last time, but the higher-ups didn't approve it. Zhang Zhongbin's expression became more and more depressed. He Yuanyue pushed the wheelchair all the way to the floor-to-ceiling window and looked into the distance. After a long time, she said softly, that day, Li Changjiang came to find me and told me something. The possible consequences of this matter are unknown, and it's hard to predict whether it's good or bad. I asked him to suppress it for the time being. Now that the situation is urgent, I've been weighing the pros and cons these past few days and planning for a long time. Until I called you over today. He Yuanyue let out a long sigh. Originally, I thought that if we could mobilize enough forces, we could directly cut off the UMNO Alliance's highest leadership on our side and break this situation from top to bottom. But now it seems that at most, we'll just alert the enemy. Zhang Zhongbin gritted his teeth and said, Teacher, please enlighten me. He Yuanyue looked into the distance and said indifferently, my aura-gazing technique is said to be magical, but in reality, it's just a beginner's level. It took a long time to determine the Phoenix vein. As for the more detailed content, I didn't understand much, so it can be said that I didn't discover much. But that day, because of a reminder, I asked Sister Lan to bring me up to the sky to look down on the entire Phoenix City. I specifically scanned the governor's mansion and actually made an unexpected discovery. Governor's mansion? Zhang Zhongbin's body trembled. Then, with a calm face, he slowly walked to the front of the chair and sat down. After waiting for a long time, he finally got the worst answer, but his heart suddenly calmed down. The situation was already as bad as it could be, but at most, it could only be so. There was no way to make it worse. Then, next, he just had to do his best to face it. When he thought of this, Zhang Zhongbin didn't have the fear and uneasiness from before. The governor's mansion's atmosphere is strict. The layout is like the astral soul's continent's aura soaring to the sky. However, there is a trace of coldness hidden within. That is the aura of the UMNO Alliance. It moves together with the aura of the governor's mansion, rising and falling. It has almost merged into one. He Yuanyue laughed bitterly. If it wasn't for someone's reminder and I just looked at it myself, even if I was blind, I most likely wouldn't have seen anything strange. I have to say, once the heart is fixed, it's hard to see anything strange. But from another perspective, I can see that something is wrong. Although, it's just a trace of abnormality. Zhang Zhongbin took a deep breath. Teacher, you can just tell me what you plan to do. I now fully understand the importance of this matter. He Yuanyue said lightly, understanding is one thing. How to do it is another. You must not be reckless. You are the main force of our side. If even you act rashly and ruin yourself, it's a small matter. But if you fail, it may cause a chain reaction and cause the entire Phoenix City to suffer a calamity. I'm afraid the people will be plunged into misery and suffering. Yes, this student understands. He Yuanyue finally made up her mind. Since she had made up her mind, she no longer hesitated and said, on the day of the incident in Second High, you came to the school and were in Li Changjiang's principal's office. Do you remember who was sitting next to you? Zhang Zhongbin was stunned. He opened his mouth and was about to speak when He Yuanyue continued. Sitting on your left was a tall and thin old man in a gray robe. His hair was white, and his broom-like eyebrows were quite eye-catching. Zhang Zhongbin exclaimed, Teacher, are you talking about him? Lower your voice. He Yuanyue was a little dissatisfied. Is this the calmness of the director of Starshield? Zhang Zhongbin nodded repeatedly. The sweat on his bald head had already formed a line. He only felt that his mouth was dry and sticky and his throat was dry. He murmured, that is Shang Qingyun, the first butler of the governor's office, the sworn brother of Governor Wan Pingyuan. He was already a master at the peak of nascent soul 40 years ago. In our Phoenix City, even if he is not second to none, he is one of the top 3 candidates. As he spoke, the sweat on his face almost covered his eyes. He Yuanyue murmured, Shang Qingyun. Zhang Zhongbin took a deep breath, wiped his sweat, and continued, legend has it that the area around Phoenix City, Nanji City, and Antai City was almost all under the control of the Black Water Wolves. When Wan Pingyuan just took office, the 3 cities joined forces to eliminate the Black Water Wolves. The battle with the wolves that day was earth-shattering. Wan Pingyuan's family was attacked by the black water wolves. Seeing that the whole family was destroyed, Shang Qingyun stepped forward and saved the lives of Wan Pingyuan's family. After that, in the battle to annihilate the black water wolves bandits on the infinite plains, Shang Qingyun led the charge and marched through the continuous 9 mountains that the black water wolves bandits occupied with his sword alone, despite the order from the Green Cloud domain. In that battle, more than 7,000 members of the Black Water Bandits lost their lives under Shang Qingyun's sword, including 8 of the 13 leaders of the Black Water Bandits. In that battle, the Black Water Wolves, who claimed to have more than 300,000 troops, were completely defeated. More than 100,000 Black Water Wolves died on the spot. In the following 10 years, the prisons of the 3 cities were always full. This can be said to be the biggest incident in Phoenix City in the past 100 years. The more Jiang Zhangbin spoke, the more cold sweat on his face. After that, Wan Pingyuan repeatedly urged Shang Qingyun to stay and wanted him to join the city guard's mansion or the army. But Shang Qingyun said that he had no intention of fame and wealth and lived in seclusion in the mountains for many years. Today's situation was us. It was midnight. Please subscribe. Chapter 139. Zhang Zhangbin's expression was solemn. He was very familiar with the experiences of Shang Qingyun, this legendary expert. Later on, Wan Pingyuan and Shang Qingyun became sworn brothers. Shang Qingyun stayed at Wan Pingyuan's house and continued to immerse himself in cultivation, not bothering about worldly affairs. It was only in the recent 10 years that he seemed to have thought of something and took the initiative to ask Wan Pingyuan for the position of housekeeper. Although he is a housekeeper, the entire governor's office, including Wan Pingyuan, is extremely respectful towards Shang Qingyun. This is an almighty. Not only is he the pillar of Phoenix City, but he is also the greatest source of confidence in fighting against the Umno alliance in my heart. Zhang Zhangbin's voice was trembling. Teacher, what do you mean? He Yuanyue said lightly, if I'm not wrong. This Shang Qingyun, more than 90%, is a member of the Umno alliance. He had been waiting for this sentence. With Zhang Zhangbin's status, age, and experience, he was already mentally prepared when he Yuanyue mentioned Shang Qingyun. But when he heard he Yuanyue's final words, Zhang Zhangbin still felt as if a thunderbolt had suddenly sounded above his head. For a moment, his ears were buzzing, and the world was spinning. His body couldn't help but sway a few times, and he almost lost his footing. He Yuanyue said lightly, furthermore, I even suspect that this Shang Qingyun is the most important person in the Umno alliance in Phoenix City, the highest leader. Zhang Zhangbin's eyes were dull, and he didn't know what to do. He had always seen Shang Qingyun as his final trump card. In the end, only today did he know that it was a life-taking knife. What he took was the life of his own people. He Yuanyue didn't say anything else and quietly lit a pot of tranquil heart incense. The light blue smoke rose in spirals, straight up until it was more than 20 centimeters high before it slowly dissipated in all directions. The office was instantly filled with a kind of quiet feeling. However, Zhang Zhangbin's heavy breathing still sounded like a bellows and didn't stop for a long time. After a long time, Zhang Zhangbin finally came back to his senses as if he had just woken up from a dream. While he was in a daze just now, he had already come up with 7 or 8 plans to get rid of Shang Qingyun. However, no matter how he thought about it, he still had no confidence. Not only did he not have confidence, but it was also very likely that his own people would be trapped and lose their lives for nothing. Shang Qingyun's strength, just what he had shown, was already the strongest in this area. Phoenix City's area, no one dared to say that they would win. What was more, if Shang Qingyun was really a spy of the Wizard Alliance, did he have any hidden strength? How strong was his real strength? Teacher, you really threw out an atomic bomb this time. Zhang Zhangbin stuttered. She said, the Umno. Is it the full strength? Is it 80%, 80%, or 50? All? At least it's not as simple as what you see, and the Umno Alliance's hidden strength in Phoenix City for the power of the Phoenix Vein. I think just the number of nascent soul experts that he can use is already more than you can imagine. He Yuanyue's eyes were deep. I can already confirm that with Shang Qingyun's level, He shouldn't have appeared in a small place like Phoenix City. He must have been sent by the Alliance specifically for the Wind Vein Soul Rush. Do you know how long Shang Qingyun has been in Phoenix City? He Yuanyue asked. It's been more than 60 years. Zhang Zhangbin was sweating profusely and said with difficulty, to be precise, it should be 61 years and 11 months. That is to say, the Alliance has been targeting the power of the Phoenix Vein for at least 61 years. He Yuanyue's old throat let out a dry, mocking laugh. Purely based on time. I found out about it later than Shang Qingyun or the Alliance. But we have been suppressing this matter for a full 40 years. Hee. Right now, Zhang Zhangbin only felt that he was dazzled, and the feeling of dizziness came one after another. Once this cover was uncovered, how many people would be unlucky? I only hate that I'm not Great General Dongfang. And Great General Dongfang has never come to Phoenix City before. If he came, with his attainments in Qi divination, I'm afraid he would be able to see the problem with a single glance, and the officials at all levels would definitely not dare to forcefully suppress it. Although Phoenix City is a small place, it is still in human territory. This innate advantage is enough for us to take the initiative. He Yuanyue sighed. The words of a lowly person carry little weight. The words of a lowly person carry little weight. Zhang Zhangbin was dumbstruck. Regarding the Phoenix Vein, he had represented the old principle and reported it to the higher-ups many times. However, it had never been taken seriously. The only time it had been effective was 10 years ago. Starshield strongly appealed, the governor's office fully cooperated, and the Meng Corporation sent out a huge amount of money. Then, they invited a group of Qi Watchers who claimed to be authoritative. After those Qi Watchers finished reading, they only had one conclusion. Phoenix City did not have any Phoenix Vein or Dragon Vein. It was a small place with mediocre feng shui and luck. This made the Phoenix Vein even more powerless. But now, the Wizard Alliance had been making a lot of moves. They had gathered in Phoenix City to kill all the wolves. If the accusation against Shang Qingyun was true, then Phoenix City would have to face a huge problem this time. Zhang Zhangbin suddenly felt a chill. He remembered something. The governor's office fully cooperated. That time, it was Shang Qingyun who arranged it. Luck. He Yuanyue said slowly. What is the battle between the Alliance and the Astral Souls? It is luck. And now, the Alliance has been alone in the sky for tens of thousands of years. The luck of the heavens has been exhausted. Otherwise, why would they come back? Is it just to kill all the humans and the Astral Souls? What they want is the luck of the heavens and the Astral Souls. To be fair, Phoenix City is indeed a small place. The Phoenix Vein is not a big source of luck. But after 43,000 years of accumulation, it is not to be underestimated. It is enough to be coveted by the Alliance. What's more, the power of the Phoenix Vein will be the starting point for the Alliance to dominate the Astral Souls. He Yuanyue said worriedly, if the Alliance succeeds in destroying it and intercepting it, the power of the Phoenix Vein is taken away and injected into the luck of the mountains and rivers on the side of the Alliance. At the very least, there will be a weak root of the Phoenix Vein there. Think about it carefully. You must not be careless about this. If you don't succeed in one strike, although it will alert the enemy and disrupt their deployment, the loss will be extremely heavy. Zhang Zhangbin, as the director of Starshield, no matter what you encounter, you must first consider the goal. Then, you must consider the opponent's goal and the overall situation of the continent. Sift through the layers, and then reverse the process. This is the true way of Starshield. Pull one hair, and the whole body will be affected. This saying is not made up by the ancients for fun. He Yuanyue advised in a serious tone. Teacher, I will remember. I know the pros and cons of this. Zhang Zhangbin's expression was extremely ugly. He said, even if I have to make a scene and act shamelessly, I must ask the Dragon Blood Squad to come over. Otherwise, the loss of manpower in Phoenix City is no longer a matter of how much we lose. We are completely powerless. All right, He Yuanyue said, when it comes to the final battle, I will ask Sister Lan to help you and increase your chances of winning. Thank you, teacher. It's fine. You can go now. He Yuanyue's expression was full of fatigue. Zhang Zhongbin's heart was extremely heavy, but he forced himself to suppress this matter for the time being. Hearing that He Yuanyue was asking him to leave, Zhang Zhongbin did not leave. Instead, he sat there with a constipated look. He was restless and his brows were tightly furrowed. He wanted to say something but stopped. He looked at He Yuanyue and said softly, "This student has one more thing to say. I am afraid that you will be angry." He Yuanyue was stunned for a moment. Then, her eyes suddenly became stern. "Zhang Zhongbin, you? Have you really become bold after becoming an official?" Zhang Zhongbin's face was pale. He begged, "Teacher, it is too tragic, too cruel." He Yuanyue closed her eyes and snorted. Zhang Zhongbin gathered all his courage and said, "Teacher, of course you are sincerely for his good, but what you are doing is actually very selfish." He Yuanyue did not say a word. "Even though we have separated for most of our lives, we are reunited. Since we are fated, why not give each other a chance?" Zhang Zhongbin begged, "Don't tell me. You really want to leave with regrets?" He Yuanyue finally opened her mouth. However, she still did not open her eyes. Her voice was slow and slow. "Humans have a unique trait, and that is forgetting. All the bad things, all the sad things, all the happy things, all the happy things. In a person's long life, they won't exist for a long time. For example, an ordinary person who has never entered the path of cultivation only has a lifespan of about 70 to 80 years. Chapter 140. Have you forgotten? Has he forgotten? He Yuanyue coughed violently. Zhang Zhongbin was shocked. He hurriedly went behind He Yuanyue and carefully helped her breathe. After a long time, He Yuanyue's breath calmed down. She murmured, "He still has thousands of years to forget. If he breaks through to the cloud realm, he still has thousands of years to forget. And I have less than a year to forget. If I remind him now and make him remember me, the other me, I'll brand the other me into his memory. That's the cruelest thing for him." He Yuanyue closed her eyes and asked quietly, "Zhongbin, no matter how painful and selfish I am, I have less than a year left. But how long do you want him to continue that pain? He is not a person who can stay here for long. Sooner or later, he will return to the Sun-Moon Pass. He just comes back to overcome the obsession in his heart. When I am gone, his hope will be shattered, and his obsession will not exist. What I can do is not to let his obsession turn into a dead knot after so many years of dilution. Even a dead knot that will last for thousands of years. Zhang Zhongbin, do I have to use his thousands of years of pain and longing as a sacrifice, just so that I can have no regrets before I die?" He Yuanyue said slowly, "You don't let me die with regrets." Zhang Zhongbin left. When he came, he was stealthy and no one found him. When he left, he was even more silent. But when he sat in his car, he couldn't help but sigh deeply for a long time. He put his head on the steering wheel and stayed there quietly for a long time. He really felt mentally and physically exhausted. For himself, he was mentally and physically exhausted. For the old principal, he also felt mentally and physically exhausted. On the other side, after Zhang Zhongbin left, He Yuanyue called Sister Lan in. Zhang Zhongbin's words before he left made He Yuanyue's heart, which had been silent for a long time, almost break. Sister Lan had been in for half an hour, but He Yuanyue was still sitting there in a daze. She was skinny and her hair was white. "Sister Lan, in your opinion, how much time do I have?" After a long time, He Yuanyue calmed down and asked softly. Sister Lan hesitated for a moment and sighed softly. "There's no harm in being straightforward. I have a rough estimate myself, but I want to know more about it." Sister Lan pondered for a moment and said, "If there are no major changes, Miss, your body can still live for another year and 37 days. I can guarantee that it will be at least this number." He Yuanyue's eyes were fixed. She looked out of the window and muttered, "Sister Lan, do you think there is really an afterlife for people?" Sister Lan fell silent. "If there is an afterlife..." He Yuanyue heaved a long sigh. "That would be great." Sister Lan was silent, not knowing what to say for a moment. Everyone said that there was a past life and an afterlife, but everyone knew that it was a lie. He Yuanyue faintly smiled and immediately suppressed all of her thoughts. She gently said, Sister Lan, I know that you found clues about the Feng Manor. You were just worried that I would waste more effort, so you didn't want to tell me. Sister Lan remained silent as usual. You discovered it a year ago, didn't you? That was the only time you left my side for more than 3 days. He Yuanyue slowly said, 1 year and 37 days. Sister Lan, do you have the heart to watch me slowly become paralyzed and die little by little? Until you die, you won't do anything? You'll just wait every day? Sister Lan's eyes flashed. You know, I've been holding on for the past few years. The only thing I can't let go of is the Feng Manor. He Yuanyue softly said, This is the last big thing in my life. If I can't complete it and die, I won't be able to die in peace. Sister Lan softly said, As for the Feng Manor's exact location, I really haven't found it. He Yuanyue slowly said, At least there are clues. Last time I went missing for 3 days, I went deep into all of the nearby mountains. Sister Lan faintly said, I didn't find any clues at all. Telling you is pointless. Impossible, He Yuanyue firmly said. Since there is a phoenix vein, there must be a Feng Manor. I also think so. Sister Lan said, So, I suspect that the Feng Manor might be inside the city. He Yuanyue suddenly froze as if she had been struck by lightning. Inside the city? Not bad, not bad. He Yuanyue muttered to herself. I've always thought that the Qi gazing technique always says that the mountains and rivers are beautiful. There is a dragon palace and a Feng Manor. So, I've always been focused on the outside and neglected Phoenix City itself. But if the Feng Manor really is inside the city, He Yuanyue's eyes suddenly became sharp. Sister Lan, what do you want to say? Sister Lan pondered for a moment and hesitantly said, I suspect that the Feng Manor's location should have been noticed by someone a long time ago. It's just that it was covered up by a building. At the very least, there was some manipulation. He Yuanyue's eyes became sharp. Just tell me your suspicions, Sister Lan said. The Ning family and the Ming family are both suspects. Ning family? Ming family? What are their suspicions? What is their motive? The head of the Ning family, Ning Suifeng, should be almost 200 years old. According to my investigation, he has a few children who did not cultivate. They died of old age a long time ago. And the 19-year-old Ning Qingcheng is Ning Suifeng's biological daughter. Sister Lan said, Ning Qingcheng's talent is Astral Souls 97. He Yuanyue's face slowly became ugly. There is also Ming Corporation's Meng Tianyu. Sister Lan slowly said, If I remember correctly, Meng Tianyu is over 100 years old. He came to Phoenix City from Nanji City and fought with his bare hands. He established the Ming Corporation and became the richest person in Phoenix City. And his son, Meng Qintian. It is said that he became the disciple of an expert and is never by his side. He only appeared a few years ago and is said to be 33 years old. But I always feel that this child's age is not 33, but rather 83. Sister Lan slowly said. He Yuanyue's eyes became even darker. And that Meng Qinyu, this year is really only 18 years old. 9-5 astral souls. Sister Lan faintly said, If my suspicions are connected. Ning Suifeng said that he was an old cow eating young grass. He married Ning Qingcheng's mother and gave birth to Ning Qingcheng. Also, Meng Tianyu, who was over 100 years old, found a beautiful normal girl and gave birth to Meng Qinyu. If you look carefully, there are very strange things in the bones. Of course, it can be said that a successful man likes young women to make himself look good, but if the Phoenix bloodline is also included, then it is a different matter. No matter if it is Ning Qingcheng or Meng Qinyu, they are both excellent candidates for the Phoenix bloodline. Also, this talent is really too good. Phoenix City has produced so many female geniuses over the years, but how many can reach this level of talent? But if the two girls' physiques are classified as Feng Manor or Phoenix bloodline, then it can be explained. Also, in terms of age and time, it can all match. Like this, there is a motive. He Yuanyue's face was gloomy and said, But there is only one Feng Manor. Between these two families, one must be innocent, right? Not necessarily. Sister Lan shook her head. He Yuanyue pondered. Sister Lan did not say anything else. In so many years, this is the first time you have spoken so much. He Yuan sighed softly. And this time, you have said so much. I know what you are thinking. Do you want me to give up? He Yuan said. Yes, between these two families and the Alliance, it seems that there is no connection between them. If they are purely for the Phoenix bloodline, as long as they have nothing to do with the Alliance and did not collude, then it is fine. But Ning Qingchang and Ming Qinyu, in a sense, are both your disciples. The Phoenix bloodline spirit, whether it is spiritual sense, Ming Qinyu, or Ning Qingchang, actually, as long as any one of them succeeds, it will still be the victory of the astral soul's continent. Sister Lan said, I know you favor spiritual sense the most, but the current situation is too dangerous. If we place all our bets on spiritual sense, we may lose out. Meng Qinyu and Ning Qingcheng's fate is also protected by the fate of the astral soul's continent. I also favor spiritual sense very much, Sister Lan said. I also like this girl the most. But we all understand that the Phoenix bloodline spirit is related to the fate of the heavens. We must not let our emotions affect our decisions and force ourselves to do it. In reality, no matter which of these three girls succeeds, we can rest assured. As long as the Alliance does not take it away, we will win. Perhaps the Ming family and the Ning family have their own goals, but as long as they do not collude with the Alliance, I feel that under the premise, we can accept it. After all, 3 is safer than 1. We are doing this for the safety of the continent, not for the safety of one girl. After Sister Lan said this, she closed her mouth and did not say anything else. She knew that everything had been said very clearly. The rest was up to He Yuan to decide. And no matter what He Yuan chose, Sister Lan would support her unconditionally. I can't be sure whether the two families have anything to do with the Alliance. This is also very important. The tiredness in He Yuan's eyes became even more obvious. Sister Lan stood there quietly. There are a few things that I need you to help me confirm as soon as possible. He Yuan's voice was cold and emotionless. Young miss, please speak. The first thing is whether the Ming family, the Ning family, and the Alliance have anything to do with each other. The second thing is which of the two families is the Feng Manor located in? The third thing is Ming Qinyu and Ning Qingcheng's birth characters. Their real birth characters are very important and must be obtained as soon as possible. The fourth thing is the whereabouts of Ming Qinyu and Ning Qingcheng's birth mother. The fifth thing is I want to see Mu Yanyan. The sixth thing is I want to see Zhua Xiao Duo. The seventh thing, Blind Hong of Phoenix City. I want to see him. The eighth thing is after checking all of these, I want to see Ning Suifeng and Ming Tunyu. The ninth thing is there will be heavy rain tonight. After a long drought, the heaven and earth will converge, and the yin and yang will converge. After midnight, the rain will stop and the wind will stop. The sky will be clear. Take me to Phoenix turning around again. I want to see the situation of Phoenix City again. By the way, let's Zhua Xiao Duo go tonight. The 10th thing, Ming family and Ning family, in that period of time, from 20 years ago to 15 years ago, how many children were born in total? How many were the direct descendants of the family head? How many wives did Ning Suifeng and Ming Tianyu marry during this period of time? How did they deal with them? There were more in the afternoon. Chapter 141. All right, 10 things. I'll remember them. He Yuan panted tiredly and said, Get me some dragon soul liquid and some heavenly origin root. I need to refresh myself for these 2 months. Sister Lan said, You can only take the heavenly origin root one last time. After taking it this time, your lifespan will be reduced by 2 months. Damaging the heavenly origin root and breaking the foundation, overdrafting the life source to fill the body in advance. You will have less than 11 months left of your 1 year and 37 days lifespan. No worries. He Yuan's withered eyes suddenly flashed with a ghastly light. The big thing that I've been looking for in my life is right in front of me. And what you said just now, maybe I've been deceived or even used in reverse. No matter what, I must get to the bottom of this matter. I will persevere until this road is paved before I leave. He Yuan panted heavily. Prepare the soul dream grass for me. He Yuan's last sentence made Sister Lan's body tremble violently. On the other side, Zhou Xiaoduo and the others were resting. The 6 of them were all injured, and their injuries were quite serious. How many contribution points is considered a lot? I quit. The most important thing now is to heal. Only with a good body can we get more contribution points. Zhou Xiaoduo made the final decision. Immediately after, he let out a long whistle, intending to summon the whole class to gather. At this time, there was an unrivaled enemy lurking nearby. The situation could be said to have reached the point of life and death. It was extremely bad. If they forced themselves to continue the training, the consequences were really unpredictable. Maybe if something went wrong, they would lose their lives. The wind whistled in the sky, and Qin Fangyang suddenly landed. When he saw the situation, his face changed greatly. What's going on? It's Mu Yun Peak. After Li Qinglong explained the whole matter in a few words, Qin Fangyang was so angry that his stomach almost exploded. There was also a burst of lingering fear. In today's training, strictly speaking, there was no attempt to lure the tiger away from the mountain. Everything happened naturally. Even the unexpected arrival of Shan Tianan's team was actually within their expectations. It was just that they had come here on their own accord and were only walking down the path of death. Strictly speaking, the time it took for him to rush over to help was not long. It was less than 10 minutes in total. However, it was in this short period of time that problems appeared one after another. What made him the most depressed was that, when he heard that Shin Tainan, who shouldn't be participating in the practical training, had actually come, he rushed over to help, causing Luo Laosher, who didn't know what was going on, to follow him. Of course, Zhou Xiaoduo still had Lu Jiansheng and 10 other people in charge. Considering the level of the martial arts master students, it was more than enough. However, who would have thought that the arrival of the 3 young masters of Fengcheng from number 1 high school would cause the situation to change again? Fortunately, Zhou Xiaoduo's physiognomy skills are still very good. It was a close call but no danger. Qin Fangyang muttered to himself. This was the feeling of being lucky in the midst of misfortune. At this moment, Lu Jiansheng and the others were also embarrassed. Before Qin Fangyang arrived, he had already told his 10 buddies that they must keep an eye on Zhou Xiaoduo's team. As for the others, even if the sky falls down, you don't need to care. However, right under his nose, not only were the 6 of them injured, they were even close to losing their lives. Not long after, groups of number 19 practical training students gathered here one after another. Lu Jiansheng and the others who went out to chase after Mu Yunfeng also came back empty-handed. It was obvious that they didn't manage to catch up with him. They were all very upset and angry. In the dense grass, Mu Yunfeng, who was stealthily moving, held his breath, carefully and quickly moving his body. His whole body moved at high speed in the dense grass without making any noise. Only the roots of the grass swayed slightly. This was obviously a skill that he had honed after fleeing for a long time. Yes, it was a long time of fleeing. Mu Yunfeng had been hiding in this patch of grass for a few days. Ever since he was exposed, he was expelled from Phoenix City. Yes, he was expelled by the people of the UMNO Alliance. It's no longer suitable for you to stay here. Find a place to hide and don't come back. Only this sentence, nothing else was given, and there was no follow-up. Mu Yunfeng could only leave on his own. If he didn't leave, not only would Phoenix City search for him, even the UMNO Alliance wouldn't let him go. He had originally planned to go to Entai City. However, he had encountered more than a dozen dangers in the process of leaving the city. He had almost been caught a few times. After he had finally left the city with great difficulty, he had turned around to look at Phoenix City. He had felt uncomfortable and unusually angry. I was hiding here. How did something happen all of a sudden? As a teacher of number 2 high school, he was naturally very familiar with the training area of number 2 high school. In fact, he had brought students out for training many times. So hiding in this area and even living for a period of time was nothing to him. If he really left like this, Mu Yunfeng felt very angry, and he had to think of a way to vent his anger. Anyway, this was the training area of number 2 high school. As long as he waited patiently, he would definitely meet the students or teachers of number 2 high school and find a chance to kill a bunch of them before leaving. I, Mu Yunfeng, am also a person with dignity. If he left without taking revenge, he would feel uneasy. He had been hiding for a few days, and during this period, he had assassinated 2 students of number 2 high school, but he had shifted the blame to the ferocious beasts, perfectly hiding his own existence. Regarding this, Mu Yunfeng felt that the anger in his heart was almost vented. He originally planned to leave in these 2 days, but he didn't expect that. Today, he actually saw Qin Fangyang bring the students of the martial arts masterclass to train. Mu Yunfeng was very clear about Qin Fangyang's strength. He was definitely not his opponent. He was only at the early stage of the inner core realm, and Qin Fangyang was a nascent soul expert. Not to mention, Qin Fangyang was accompanied by the infamous Luo Lai among the teachers of number 2 high school. Although Luo Lai's cultivation was slightly weaker than Qin Fangyang's, it wasn't by much. Even if he took a step back, he was still much stronger than Mu Yunfeng. Facing such a strong person, he naturally didn't plan to do anything. Even if the thorn in his side, Zhou Xiaoduo, who he wanted to kill the most, was in that group of students, compared to venting his anger, his own life was more important. When he quietly retreated, he unexpectedly met Tang Hao and the other 2 students of number 1 high school. Tang Hao and the other 3 young masters of Phoenix City were able to reach the innate realm at such a young age. Not only were they outstanding in number 1 high school, but they were also well known in Phoenix City. Mu Yunfeng naturally knew the 3 of them. Mu Yunfeng rolled his eyes and a plan came to his mind. He could use a large sum of money to encourage these 3 hotheads to deal with Zhou Xiaoduo. The 3 of them would make a move first and test the waters. If Qin Fangyang didn't come out, he would take the opportunity to kill Zhou Xiaoduo and his group. After that, he would have enough time to escape. This is my last job in Phoenix City, especially now that this Zhou Xiaoduo is not only my enemy, but also the target of the UMNO alliance. Killing him will be a great contribution. Even if I have to take a little risk, it will be worth it. Seeing that Tang Hao and the other 2 were going to cause trouble for Zhou Xiaoduo, Qin Fangyang really didn't make a move. When Tang Hao and the other 2 were defeated, Mu Yunfeng thought that Zhou Xiaoduo and his group would definitely relax. Just when he was about to make a move, he was scared back by Zhou Xiaoduo shouting, "Teacher Qin," to the sky. However, Qin Fangyang also didn't make a move. Li Chenglong's superfluous words made Mu Yunfeng, who was familiar with Qin Fangyang's character, no longer hesitate and make a move to kill him. Unfortunately, he was still a moment too late. Zhou Xiaoduo and his group escaped and attracted the pursuit of Lu Jiansheng and his group. Fortunately, Mu Yunfeng had already planned his escape route. Relying on his familiarity with the surrounding terrain, he finally got rid of Lu Jiansheng and his group's pursuit. Mu Yunfeng couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. So be it. Whatever. Retreat. This place was getting more and more dangerous, especially when he showed his face today and was almost caught. He reckoned that a large number of search and capture teams would arrive this afternoon. Mu Yunfeng carefully stuck to the bottom of the grass and slithered quickly like a snake. Suddenly, he felt that something was wrong. Why was it suddenly so cold? Mu Yunfeng looked on helplessly as the grass near him rapidly withered and was quickly covered with a layer of white frost. Even with his cultivation, he actually felt that the cold was unbearable. He quietly raised his head and saw that about a few meters in front of him, there was a white figure standing there with a short sword in her hand. Her face was covered with frost and full of killing intent. Who is it? Mu Yunfeng didn't have the time to consider the problem of exposing his whereabouts. He wanted to jump up. Unfortunately, in the next moment, the short sword had already fallen down with a biting cold light. Swoosh! That short sword directly nailed Mu Yunfeng's waist. It pierced through his muscles, bones, and internal organs, nailing his entire body to the ground. Mu Yunfeng did not even have time to let out a scream before a slender, jade-like hand resolutely descended, slapping his head. With a pop, his entire head immediately turned into a block of ice. Following a cracking sound, it was completely twisted off. All that was left was a headless corpse that was still convulsing for the last time. Zhou Xiaoyan waved her hand, and Mu Yunfeng's frozen head entered her ring. However, the frost on her face did not dissipate. Daring to injure my family's dog, you deserve 10,000 deaths. Senior sister, This cultivation technique of yours is becoming more and more powerful. At her side, Ming Chunyu's face was filled with envy. What kind of cultivation technique is this? Why did Master not teach me? Zhou Xiaoyan turned her head and coldly looked at Ming Chunyu. Her gaze was as sharp as a knife. Ming Chunyu panicked and stammered. Senior sister? Slap. Zhou Xiaoyan fiercely slapped Ming Chunyu's face. Her pretty eyes were filled with killing intent. Ming Chunyu's delicate, white face immediately swelled up. Retreating a couple steps, her eyes glistened with tears. Senior sister, why did you hit me? Zhou Xiaoyan's expression was cold. Master ordered you to protect Xiao Duo. Is this true? Yes. But the assassin went behind you. At that time, you clearly noticed, but you pretended not to see. Why? Chapter 142. Zhou Xiaoyan's face was as cold as frost. I was quite far away, and I was directly in front of Xiao Duo. Mu Yunfeng brazenly made a move, and I was too far away to stop him. But what about you? You were always on Mu Yunfeng's side, but what were you doing? With your cultivation, facing Mu Yunfeng, could it be that you really couldn't stop him from making a move? From the position you just appeared, Mu Yunfeng's previous move was practically over your head. What were you doing at that time? You clearly moved your body's qi, but it didn't move. And after that, Mu Yunfeng practically ran over your head, but you didn't move at all. What were you doing? Zhou Xiaoyan's expression was extremely cold, and she coldly said, Ming Chunyu, this time, twice. What were you doing? Asking me why I hit you. Is this reason enough? Ming Chunyu held her face with one hand and said with grievance, Senior sister, at that time, it was too sudden. I really didn't notice. Zhou Xiaoyan's expression was indifferent. Even if the first time was unexpected, and you didn't react quickly enough, what about the second time? You still didn't react? With your cultivation, all of Mu Yunfeng's movements were within your grasp. You noticed it from the beginning, but you didn't stop it. You clearly had an ulterior motive. You wanted Xiao Duo to die. Zhou Xiaoyan's gaze was extremely sharp as she looked at Ming Chunyu. Why did you want Xiao Duo to die? That day at the training ground, even if his foul mouth offended you, it was not a matter of life and death. The only reason I can think of is, he ruined your brother's plan to treat me to a meal? Zhou Xiaoyan faintly said, Ming Chunyu, is it because of this that you hold a grudge? Is that right? Or is there another reason? Her beautiful eyes were filled with thought as she looked at Ming Chunyu. Ming Chunyu was silent for a long time. Perhaps there is another reason that I don't know? Ming Chunyu remained silent. Zhou Xiaoyan continued to ask, do you still insist that you haven't found Muyan Peak? Ming Chunyu slowly removed her hand from her face and suddenly smiled. Smiling brightly, she leisurely said, Senior sister, I am just very confused. My brother is so outstanding. So why do you not like him? You clearly promised me that you would meet my brother alone. So why did you bring a third wheel with you? You're the one who violated the agreement first. Have you forgotten what kind of price I've paid for this meeting? Ming Chunyu hatefully said, could it be that you do not feel that this is very unfair? Your brother's so-called breakthrough was made with the resources of my family. You're wrong. Big mistake. Zhou Xiaoyan said coldly, first, what Xiao Duo used that day can no longer be considered your family's resources. Because for this matter, I asked Master for help, and Master agreed. Then Master directly arranged for Xiao Duo to go. From the beginning to the end, I did not directly contact you, nor did I directly ask you for help. Therefore, I do not owe your family any favors. The only one I owe is Master. In contrast, the one who owes your family a favor is also Master. For your family, you should understand the difference between the two, right? A favor is of course the most difficult to repay, but I do not owe you, nor do I owe your family any favors. Ming Chunyu bit her lip and said after a while, that's right, you do not owe me? Yes, I do not owe you, nor do I owe your family any favors. If I must say that I owe you a favor, at most, I will let you train Xiao Duo a little to be his sparring partner. If you think that I owe you, I can't accept it. I can repay this favor. Not to that extent. Not to that extent? Zhou Xiaoyan said coldly, For this matter, I asked Master. Master personally called your father and finalized this matter. In fact, it has nothing to do with you. But you, after this matter, used your family's resources as a reason to agree to have a meal with your brother, right? I agreed at that time, but I did not want to complicate matters, so I agreed to it. Is this the whole story? Yes. This matter was my own initiative. In the name of family resources, I asked for this condition that was somewhat difficult for you. But I did not have any bad intentions from beginning to end. My brother likes you so much. We have not talked about your brother yet. Zhou Xiaoyan interrupted. I just want to ask you one thing. Maybe you did not realize it yourself, but you used this method to force me to have a meal with your brother. Do you think your senior sister is any different from a hostess? Even if it is a blind date, it needs to be consensual. Now, you use this condition to exchange for it. How much importance do you place on this matter? Do you have the slightest respect for me? Meng Chenyu's face immediately paled. I definitely did not mean that. From the beginning to the end, I didn't want to go to this meal. This was my original attitude. Also, I never promised you that I would eat this meal alone. In the end, whether or not I brought someone else with me, what does it matter if I brought anyone with me? Just now, you said that your brother likes me so much. So this meal was arranged. But have you ever considered that I like your brother? Just because your brother likes me, you arranged for a single woman to have a meal with a single man like your brother. Do you think that this is acceptable? Yes, I will not deny that it was my brother who rashly interfered and became the third wheel on this date. Naturally, he became the main culprit that ruined this date. Zhou Xiaoyan sneered. But who told you? This was a date between a man and a woman? Based on your one-sided approval? Meng Chenyu took a deep breath. Senior sister, could it be that you do not feel that for such an outstanding man to sincerely invite you, you should give him a chance to pursue you? Zhou Xiaoyan sneered. Junior sister, my brother Zhou Xiaoduo is handsome, talented, courageous, and a genius in cultivation. You look passable. How about you become his concubine? I feel that you are quite suitable. Meng Chenyu was dazed by Zhou Xiaoyan's sudden words. After a while, she finally said, Senior sister, what nonsense are you saying? Why would I become your younger brother's concubine? What sort of connection is this? Zhou Xiaoyan wondered. Could it be that you do not feel that my little brother is a dragon among men? He is an unparalleled talent. Being able to become his concubine is your fortune. How can you be so ungrateful? Meng Chenyu was angered by Zhou Xiaoyan's words. Senior sister, your little brother may be very outstanding in your eyes, but in other people's eyes, he may not be that outstanding. Zhou Xiaoyan sneered. That's right. So you understand this principle? Then why do you think that I think your brother is very outstanding? Perhaps in your eyes, he is very outstanding, but in my eyes, your brother Meng Chintian is not enough. There is no need to argue about who is right and who is wrong in this matter. After this matter, you two should have discussed it. You think Xiao Duo is an obstacle between me and your brother? So this time, when Master said that he was worried about Xiao Duo's safety and needed to secretly protect him, you volunteered yourself. But what you needed to do was not to protect Xiao Duo, but to watch him die with your own eyes. So when anything happened to Xiao Duo, you turned a blind eye. Even when he faced a life and death situation, you did not do anything. You just watched. Whether it was when Feng Cheng's third young master provoked you, or when Mu Yunfeng tried to kill him, you just stood by and watched. Even when Mu Yunfeng ran away, it was so that he would have another chance to sneak attack Xiao Duo again. But you still chose to stand by and watch. And as long as Xiao Duo died, even if Master investigated, you could say that you failed the mission and did not protect him well. You could pass, right? You calculated correctly. Even if Master scolded you, he would not be too harsh on you. Connecting all these things together, do you still have anything to say? You don't have anything to say, but I do. Because even if this is the case, it still cannot explain why you would do this. The reason is not enough. Because a small matter like ruining a date is not enough to escalate the situation to this point of life and death. Meng Chenyu, what exactly are you thinking? What exactly are you doing? Meng Chenyu tightly shut her mouth and did not say a single word. Looking at this delicate face, Zhou Xiaoyan's eyes became colder and colder. The killing intent also became thicker and thicker. She really did not think that the junior sister that she had always liked would do such a thing, because she could not understand it at all. What was the real reason? Was it just to ruin a date with her older brother? That was simply absurd. Killing the younger brother of the girl that she liked because a date was not successful? How could this sort of logic be explained? No matter how stupid Zhou Xiaoyan was, she would not believe this sort of reasoning. Even if this reasoning was something that she herself had come up with, it would be the same. But this killing intent, based on Meng Chunyu's reaction, was clearly because of this. This was even more absurd. As for saying that an outstanding man should be given a chance, Zhou Xiaoyan did not even think about this sort of reasoning. You, Meng Chunyu, are already a beautiful woman. When you do not have any feelings, would you like someone just because they are outstanding? Xiao Duo is already outstanding enough. Why don't you rush to his door because he is outstanding? This was what Zhou Xiaoyan thought. It was just that she did not say it out loud. Thus, there must be another reason. And this reason, Zhou Xiaoyan must know no matter what. Come with me. Let's go see Master. Zhou Xiaoyan grabbed Meng Chunyu. I can't get an answer, but I don't believe that Master can't get an answer either. She grabbed Meng Chunyu and soared into the air, quickly flying away. Meng Chunyu did not resist at all. She only had a stubborn look on her face. The wind blew past. The grass in this area withered, and Mu Yunfeng's headless corpse quietly disappeared into the desolation. Chapter 143. What happened to Zhou Xiaoyan was too far away from Qin Fangyang. Qin Fangyang didn't notice it at all. Qin Fangyang focused all his attention on treating the student's wounds. His face was unusually heavy and unsightly. Zhou Xiaoduo and the others' injuries weren't very serious. Other than Zhou Xiaoduo's back injury, the others' injuries weren't fatal. They would be fine after a little treatment. But with Mu Yunfeng lurking in the dark, it was a big deal. Mu Yunfeng had been teaching in Second High for many years, so he was very familiar with Second High's matters. Could it be that the previous two students were also killed by Mu Yunfeng? Not long after, the other teams of students also returned. Most of them were safe and sound. Only Song Ziheo's team had an accident. Song Ziheo and the others found a starlight vine hidden under the weeds near the edge of the martial master training area. When they were about to collect it, they were shocked to see that the starlight vine was dragged away by a small spirit beast. Vice Captain Zhou Xiaoma was unwilling to give up. He hurriedly chased after it, but because of this, he encountered a group of star beasts. He was pushed to the ground on the spot and almost lost his life. Fortunately, Song Ziheo and the others came in time and rushed into the group of star beasts to rescue him. After this incident, not only did they not get the starlight vine, Zhou Xiaoma's leg was also bitten off by the demonic beast. One of his legs was bitten into a bloody mess, and the worst thing was that one of the calf bones on his upper leg was torn off and taken away by the star beast. Song Ziheo prepared several kinds of medicine and tools to treat serious injuries, but they were all useless for this kind of injury. If they couldn't use the superior grade jade of Astral Soul's healing pod, a cripple was going to be born. After recovering from the shock, the whole team couldn't help but remember what Zhou Xiaoduo said yesterday. Everyone's face was full of awe. The third one, Song Ziheo. You're not bad. You're not in any danger. But the vice captain beside you is called Zhou Xiaoma, right? His face is full of bad luck. I'm afraid his leg will be seriously injured. Be careful, don't become disabled. This was Zhou Xiaoduo's comment yesterday. Looking at Zhou Xiaoma's leg injury, everyone felt their blood run cold. This was too accurate. Bai Bingbing hugged her calf and sat quietly on the side. She looked at everything with a smile. Occasionally, she glanced at Zhou Xiaoduo with a trace of inexplicable passion in her eyes. The members of the school bell team that she led all surrounded her. Their eyes flickered as they whispered into her ear, Sister Bingbing, this was Xiaoduo. You must get him. Bai Bingbing smiled and bit her lips. Bingbing, this kid is definitely good stuff. Bai Bingbing glared at him. Bingbing, this is our chance. Look at the wound on his back. He can't reach it himself. Bai Bingbing hesitated. Bingbing, if you're not going to do it, then I'm going to do it. At that time, don't say that I don't care about sisterhood. Humph, Bai Bingbing stood up and walked over. Humph, this bunch of little bitches. I knew you guys were in love. Let me do it. It's just that the current situation is a little serious. This was Xiaoduo's performance is too good. Many of the girls can see that he has potential. If I act late, I'll only be at a disadvantage. I must act early. Otherwise, this good piece of meat will fall into the hands of others. Zhua Xiaoduo classmate. Bai Bingbing smiled very amiably. It was like a spring breeze, intoxicating. Faced with this sudden sentence, Zhua Xiaoduo instinctively panicked. He turned his neck 3 or 4 times to observe the surroundings. Then, he quickly took out a small mirror to look at his face. Well, he didn't look like he was going to be unlucky. It seemed that Nian Mao wasn't nearby. Then, he turned his head reservedly. Bai. You're Bai. Bai something? He scratched his head, feeling a little awkward. I'm really hopeless. This girl in front of me seems to be one of the prettiest girls in the class, but I can't even remember her name. What a failure. Bai Bingbing smiled sweetly and didn't feel offended at all. I'm Bai Bingbing. Zhua Xiaoduo classmate. If you forget next time, I can remind you again. But don't do it more than 3 times, okay? She put her hands behind her back, puffed out her chest, and pretended to be very fierce. If you do it more than 3 times, I'll be angry. Oh. I'll remember this time. Zhua Xiaoduo nodded. Bai Bingbing, right? Why are you looking for me? I saw that you have injuries on your back. That place can't treat it well. There are already traces of blood. Why don't I treat it for you again? Bai Bingbing said with concern, this kind of injury can't be treated badly. It's okay. My skin is rough and I don't care about such small details. Faced with Bai Bingbing's fiery passion, Zhua Xiaoduo wanted to break out in cold sweat. He was already starting to feel dissatisfied. This little girl's conscience was simply too bad. My wound has already been bandaged properly, but looking at her attitude, it's obvious that she wants to take it apart and treat it again. Does this flesh not grow on your body? You don't know pain, right? With this kind of EQ, you actually want to chase after a handsome man. You're really a woman of steel. The treatment just now was really too rough. You'll definitely feel uncomfortable. Bai Bingbing took out a bottle of medicinal liquid from her pocket. Why don't you drink this? This is muscle revitalization powder. After drinking it, the wound will heal faster. Zhua Xiaoduo became more vigilant. This little girl's fawning was too brazen. She must have some ulterior motive. She must have taken a liking to my beauty. He tried his best to refuse. No, I'm almost healed. I've already drunk a bottle just now. If I drink more, it'll be a waste. Waste is the original sin. Wan Lixiu, Long Yuxing, and the others sat at the side. Looking at Zhua Xiaoduo being seduced, they all showed a naughty smile. There weren't many opportunities to seize Zhua Xiaoduo in a difficult situation. How could they not seize it? Li Chenglong and Li Zhongming leaned together and whispered in each other's ears. That girl is seducing Zhua. I know, but why does Zhua look so vigilant? What's the meaning of this? Maybe he's playing hard to get? Playing hard to get? I don't think so. Zhua is wrinkling his nose. He's obviously allergic to Bai Bingbing's perfume. Allergic? That's a little exaggerated. She's such a beautiful girl. Why would he dislike her? Bai Bingbing sat down with Zhua Xiaoduo. However, just as she sat down, Zhua Xiaoduo hurriedly moved his butt to the side. Bai Bingbing was a little puzzled. She moved closer again, and Zhua Xiaoduo moved again. What are you doing? Do you hate me so much? Bai Bingbing was about to cry. Cough. Zhua Xiaoduo's eyes turned wildly. Suddenly, he shouted, Li Chenglong, what are you doing? Li Chenglong was confused. Hurry up and help me to the toilet. Ouch. I need to pee. I'm about to pee in my pants. He rushed to Li Chenglong's side, grabbed his shoulder, and squeezed. There's a toilet nearby? Li Chenglong was confused. Who would be so free as to build a toilet here? Zhua, as long as you lower your head, there's a toilet everywhere. Ouch. I can't hold it anymore. Zhua ran away while peeing. At the level of martial master, with the help of elixirs, the recovery ability was very strong. Only Zhou Xiaoma, who was the most seriously injured, was carried back by Luo Lai. As long as he was treated properly, there was still hope for his injured leg to recover. Tung Hao and the other two were also brought back. They were escorted back by Lu Jianxing's three brothers. What awaited them was a strict interrogation. They were associated with Mu Yunfeng, which was equivalent to being associated with the UMNO Alliance. Now that they were associated with the UMNO Alliance, even if they didn't die, they would lose a layer of skin. It seemed that Zhou Xiaoduo's friendly agreement would be very difficult to take effect. After Zhou Xiaoduo came back from the toilet, he hurriedly started to check the goods with his small group. This experience and contribution points. It doesn't seem that difficult. Zhou Xiaoduo had already made a rough calculation. Including the contribution points that they plundered from Tung Hao and the other two, they had already earned about 9,000. According to Li Qinglong's estimation, it should be about 9,600. On average, the six of them would earn about 1,600 each. This number was quite a lot. Moreover, it was only the afternoon now. It's too easy. Thinking about the school's contribution points transaction table, Zhou Xiaoduo instantly felt that a pie had fallen from the sky. Hey, everyone's harvest is not bad, right? Zhou Xiaoduo asked tentatively. Zhao Zhongjun said happily, today's harvest is indeed not bad. It's much better than before. Our harvest today is already 63 points. It's only more, not less. His small group members' faces were full of satisfaction and pride. Jia Shernan said, our harvest is about the same. We are now sure that we have 59 contribution points. It's almost 60 points. Song Ziheo's face was a little gloomy. He said, our small group's harvest is not much. We only have 23 points now. We haven't even taken into account Zhou Xiaoma's injury reduction. Sigh. Bai Bingbing on the other side smiled and said, our harvest today is average. We only have 77 points. Hee, it didn't reach our initial expectations. There was actually a sense of pride and arrogance in her voice. Everyone's mouth twitched. It didn't reach our expectations, but it's already a lot more than us, okay? However, Zhou Xiaoduo, Li Qinglong, Long Yusheng, Wan Lixiu, Yu Moyan, and Li Zhangming's expressions became more and more strange as they listened. The six of them looked at each other. They were a little confused. 63 points, and they were already satisfied? 77 points was already something to be proud of? Then wouldn't our harvest of 9,006 points be sky high? Should they say it or not? What about you guys? The other team leaders looked over at the same time. Everyone had an expression of looking at the newbies making a fool of themselves. You just entered the martial arts masterclass. Do you recognize herbs? Just the nearly 1-foot-thick encyclopedia of spiritual herbs, the 3-foot-thick encyclopedia of ferocious beasts, and the even thicker encyclopedia of star beasts would be enough to keep you busy for at least a few months. We can have our current achievements and have so many achievement points. That's the result of our daily hard work. Do you understand? You don't know how much effort we put in to get to where we are today. Do you think you can get it so easily? The others weren't disappointed or surprised at all when they saw the strange expressions on the faces of the members of Zhou Xiaoduo's team. They were tongue-tied and wanted to say something but didn't. It's normal to not gain anything. Zhao Zhongjun patted Zhou Xiaoduo's shoulder and comforted him. Don't take it to heart. We didn't gain anything during our first training. When we get used to this kind of atmosphere in the future and accumulate more experience, we will naturally gain something. Bai Bingbing smiled and said, yes, Xiaoduo, don't be discouraged. I will teach you more when we go back. Wan Lixiu coughed and said, thank you very much. Ahem. Qin Fangyang coughed and glared at Zhou Xiaoduo as a warning. This kid was the only one who liked to show off. The others didn't care. Zhou Xiaoduo suddenly looked wronged. He looked at Qin Fangyang angrily but didn't dare to say anything. He asked silently, am I the kind of person who would show off? His expression almost made Qin Fangyang burst out laughing. He hurriedly turned around to control himself so that he wouldn't lose his composure in front of the students. You look like a puppy that has been wronged. How did you train yourself to look like that? Chapter 144. In the afternoon, Qin Fangyang did not let the students continue their training. Instead, He waited for Luo Lai to come back after everyone had recovered from their injuries. The two of them, one in front and one at the back, slowly retreated. The group walked for about half of the distance when they suddenly discovered something. Why is there a corpse here? The traces are very fresh. Isn't this Mu Yunfeng? Who killed him? Everyone stepped forward to take a closer look, only to see that the surrounding vegetation was all withered. Although Mu Yunfeng's corpse was already headless, that emaciated body was still very familiar. Coupled with some of the markings on the body, it was very easy to identify. Who did it? Qin Fangyang and Luo Lai looked around, but they were confused and could not figure it out. After Mu Yunfeng attacked Zhou Xiaoduo, he was pursued by Lu Jiansheng and the others. But didn't he already escape? How could he die here without a trace? There are traces of ice around here. Qin Fangyang took a look and said decisively. Luo Lai nodded to show his agreement. Then he said with a suspicious face, "But I have never heard of an expert who practiced ice techniques in Phoenix City." Zhou Xiaoduo looked at the traces of ice, and his pupils suddenly shrank. He secretly glanced at Bai Bingbing and could not help but shudder. "Mummy, did Nyan Cat find out that this girl was pestering me just now? This is too dangerous. That's not right. Why didn't Nyan Cat appear? Could it be that she was too angry and just left?" Thinking about this, Zhou Xiaoduo became even more nervous. His face turned pale and his head was filled with the uneasiness of being caught cheating. His whole body was restless. Then he inexplicably felt that his ears were hurting and but was uncomfortable. His whole body was wrinkled and seemed to be uncomfortable everywhere. Finished. I, Zhou Xiaoduo, am the hero of this generation. There seems to be a faint fragrance here. Qin Fangyang wrinkled his nose. He suddenly bent down and sniffed the grass on the ground. He walked forward and stopped after walking for more than 10 feet. He said, "This was done by a woman." Moreover, there were 2 women present at the time. The fragrance is different. The smell of blood mixed with the woman's fragrance. After leaving the range of the smell of blood, it became clearer. But with the ambience of the scene and the smell mixed together, we can basically confirm that Mu Yunfeng was killed without any resistance. That's why the headless corpse is so complete and the scene is not messy. In Phoenix City, there aren't many female experts who can kill Mu Yunfeng with this kind of cultivation. If Mu Yinyan personally made a move, Mu Yunfeng naturally wouldn't even have the time to react. But the neck of Mu Yunfeng's corpse clearly showed signs of wrinkling, which meant that he had the tendency to raise his head to look. So the one who did it was most likely not Mu Yinyan. I think the person who did this is most likely the legendary spiritual thought goddess. Qin Fangyang said. The 2 women who appeared at the scene are both young women. It is said that Mu Yinyan has 2 female disciples. One of them is a spiritual cultivator, and the other is her junior sister. Luo Lai nodded. Then, it's the 2 of them? Qin Fangyang nodded and straightened his back. 80%. That's enough. Zhou Xiaoduo looked at Qin Fangyang sniffing and casually observing, and was actually able to directly deduce the truth. He was also shocked. Qin Fangyang's eyesight and experience could only be described with the word terrifying. After that, everyone went all the way back to the school and didn't encounter any more accidents. Then they went to the General Affairs office to exchange contribution points. Everyone present began to be stunned and began to doubt the time of their lives. How could Zhou Xiaoduo and the others not know the benefits of making a fortune in silence? They really didn't want to show off their wealth, but Zhao Zhongjun, Song Zihao, Bai Bingbing, and the others had finished exchanging but didn't leave. The first 2 obviously wanted to see Zhou Xiaoduo, and the others make a fool of themselves. And Bai Bingbing wanted to see them make a fool of themselves, and take the opportunity to comfort Zhou Xiaoduo and get closer to each other. After all, the gains and losses of a moment had nothing to do with the overall situation. But Zhou Xiaoduo's physiognomy was the real treasure. How could she not hug such a golden thigh as soon as possible? But this one look caused a huge impact on human nature and human nature. In any case, in countless aspects. They watched with blank eyes as Li Qinglong and the others took off the big and small bags on their backs and piled them on top of the pile. And then the contribution points weren't calculated by 3, 5 points, 10 points, 30 points, 50 points, or even hundreds, but by thousands. This pile, 4,000. This pile, 1,800. This pile, 2,300. This pile. He remembered that when he and the others handed over their items, it was always, this one, 5 points. This one, 3 points. Looking at the others, they were all piling up. The 41 senior students of Class 19 were all dumbfounded and dumbfounded. When did contribution points become so easy to get? Zhao Zhongjun was dumbfounded. This is too much, too much. Jia Shernan muttered to himself. Fuck, 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 fuck. Song Zaheo kept swallowing his saliva, but he was too uncultured. Only these 2 words could express his shock and surprise at the moment. The total is, the teacher in the General Affairs Department fiddled with the abacus for a while. 9,880 points. How do you plan to distribute it? As she spoke, she took out 6 blank contribution cards. The teacher was very satisfied. The final result of the calculation was a few hundred points, more than Li Qinglong's previous calculation. Most of the items handed in by these students were actually rare herbs that other students couldn't find previously. Naturally, there were a few hundred more points. There were even a few kinds of herbs that the school didn't have in stock anymore. Let's divide it equally. Thank you, teacher, Zhou Xiaoduo said calmly. The middle-aged teacher in the General Affairs Department looked at him in surprise. Divide it equally? It was really rare to see a team that used such an equal distribution method. 6 people, 1,640 points each, and then the remaining 70 points. We'll divide it again at the next contribution point, Zhou Xiaoduo said very calmly. Okay. The middle-aged woman swiped and swiped 6 cards, worth 1,640 points. Then, she took out another card and swiped 70 points. After swiping, she frowned. The remaining card is shared among all of you. Just leave it at the General Affairs Department. The remaining 70. The middle-aged woman grabbed the abacus again and tapped it for a while. Then, she looked up suspiciously. Zhou Xiaoduo, right? Who's your math teacher? There was a burst of laughter all around. Qin Fangyang's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. As expected, Zhou Xiaoduo said innocently, My teacher is Qin Fangyang. What's wrong with that? Teacher? The middle-aged woman adjusted her glasses and looked at Qin Fangyang. Teacher Qin, your teaching is a little biased. Qin Fangyang was speechless. There are only 40 points left. Your student can't count well. The middle-aged woman swiped and scratched off another 30 points. Then, she was done. She continued to chatter. Teacher Qin, even a martial artist needs to know how to count. You have to teach him a little bit of this. Otherwise, when he enters society, he might be at a disadvantage. Qin Fangyang's lips squirmed and he said dryly, Okay, I'll teach him. I'll teach him later. He thought to himself, Zhou Xiaoduo will be at a disadvantage when he enters society? That's impossible. This kid doesn't bask in the limelight of others. Others should be celebrating. But I'll have to teach him well later. Counting, math. Biased. I'll teach you to be biased. Qin Fangyang gritted his teeth and led the class back to the classroom with a darkened expression. Now, each of you can use your contribution points to exchange at the place you want to go. Before he finished speaking, Qin Fangyang slapped Zhou Xiaoduo and sent him rolling into the classroom. I'll go to the principal's office. When I come back, I'll teach you how to count properly. Let's settle the score. Zhou Xiaoduo sat up from the ground with a dumbfounded expression. Why did you hit me? What did I do? You can't teach your students well. You're angry because you're humiliated by others, and now you're taking your anger out on me? Zhou Xiaoduo was indignant. Not only did he not get the 30 contribution points, he even had to be beaten up. Where can I go to reason with this? Qin Fangyang had already left in a hurry. No matter what, the death of 6 students was a big matter. It had to be reported to the principal. Qin Fangyang had to pass this hurdle. In the principal's office, Shen Yushu and the other parents of the 6 families were already waiting. They had already called back with the grievous news. Now, the initial hysteria had passed. They were only waiting for the children's remains to be returned. Every parent's eyes were red and swollen. A few of them were full of regret. They beat their chests and stomped their feet. We shouldn't have let them go. A few parents were so regretful that their intestines were swollen. Qin Fangyang pushed the door open and entered. Those red and swollen eyes immediately turned to look at him like hungry wolves. They're back. Qin Fangyang's expression was heavy. The children's remains have been brought back. It's just that they're very incomplete. Their small team was besieged by a group of three-tailed tigers. There were more than 10 of them. I've already killed all of them. Qin Fangyang recounted the entire incident in detail. After that, he did not say anything else. At this moment, Shen Yushu stood up with red eyes. Qin Fangyang. Every word was enunciated clearly. Qin Fangyang raised his head and said indifferently, "What advice do you have for me?" "Advice? Regarding this matter, don't you have anything else to say?" Shen Yushu huffed and puffed, his gaze cold. Qin Fangyang said indifferently, "I've already told you everything that happened just now. I don't think I have anything else to say." Shen Yushu looked at Qin Fangyang like a wolf. "You mean to say that my son died in vain?" A few other parents had the same expression on their faces. Only 3 or 4 people's eyes were full of regret. However, there was not much resentment. "President Shen, I don't quite understand what you're saying. Qin Fangyang, you brought my son out for training. They're all dead. Yet you came back safe and sound. You're saying you don't understand?" Shen Yushu was so angry that he laughed. "Qin Fangyang, my son, how can he die in vain? I'll do my best. 6th watch. My hands are cramping. Please support me. Monthly votes, subscriptions, recommendation tickets. Of course, it would be better if there were rewards. I'll go home and rest. For the sake of the 6th watch, let's forget about Zhao Li's matter." Chapter 145. Qin Fangyang took a deep breath and said, "Just yesterday, I called every parent here. Only Shin Tainan and the others didn't look well and weren't suitable to participate in this training. If they forced themselves to participate, they might encounter danger. I mentioned it seriously, but you answered the call yourselves, right? It was also you who promised me that you wouldn't let your children participate in this training." Qin Fangyang said coldly, "Now that things have come to this, I'm not afraid to tell you. I was worried that they would be stubborn and insist on participating in this training. Yesterday afternoon, I broke their legs with my own hands. I wanted them to stay at home obediently and avoid this calamity. But I never thought that all of you would be so resourceful. In just one night, you completely healed their shattered bones and sent them on the path of death that had already deviated." Qin Fangyang sighed softly. "Now, you're asking me for an explanation? I, Qin Fangyang, have already done everything I could. What explanation can I give you? From what you're saying, you don't have any responsibility." Shin Yushu looked like he was about to explode. "That's right. I don't think I have any responsibility or fault. Even if I didn't warn you and didn't do anything, I still don't have any responsibility. Or you can directly ask me what responsibility I have. What else can I do? What can I do?" Qin Fangyang said indifferently, "As the parents of martial arts students, everyone here has signed a waiver with your children. Everyone knows this. When students go out to train, they are responsible for their own life and death. The fate of martial artists is also like this. If it's not life, then it's death. I understand your feelings. I also understand your feelings. But things have already come to this. There's no point in venting your anger. The most important thing now is to bury your children in peace." Qin Fangyang said calmly, "Parents, please restrain your grief." "Ha ha ha ha." Shin Yushu let out a long, ear-piercing laugh like a night owl. "My son is dead, and you want to let this matter pass with just a sentence of restrain your grief?" Qin Fangyang was silent and didn't say anything. Shin Yushu's eyes looked at him like a wolf. "Teacher Qin Fangyang, do you have a son?" Qin Fangyang shook his head. His eyes filled with disappointment. "I don't." "Then, do you have parents?" "They've already passed away." "Do you have a wife?" "I do, but she's been missing for almost 100 years." "CEO Shun, what do you want to say? Why don't you just say it?" "Ha ha 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 ha. So Teacher Qin is a single man." Qin Yushu said viciously, "No wonder when someone else's son died, you only said restrain your grief. Let me tell you, Qin Fangyang, this matter is not over. Yes, this is not over. The other parents roared angrily. Qin Fengyang sneered. Are you done talking to me? Why don't you think about whether you've fulfilled your duty as parents? I warned you in advance that your children might be in danger on this trip. You promised me in front of me and thanked me profusely. Then, you turned around and clearly knew that your children might be in danger, but you didn't even inform me. I even found out about Shin Tainan and the others from a third party. What reason do you have? What face do you have to tell me that this matter is not over? If you had just sent me a message and said that you didn't manage to persuade your children, that's fine. I'll still think of a way. Why didn't you even send me a message? The faces of the parents turned ugly when they heard this. You, Qin Fengyang, caused the death of our sons, and you still think you're in the right? Li Changjiang hurriedly stepped forward to smooth things over. Mr. Shun, you're being unreasonable. We're a martial arts school. The first rule for martial artists to enter the path of cultivation is to be willing to take responsibility for their own life and death. We've already signed the disclaimer. Secondly, in order to prevent a disaster from happening, Mr. Qin first broke their legs to prevent them from participating in the training. Then, he called you to explain the situation. This double insurance is to prevent the children from going out. It can be said that he has already avoided the possibility of this disaster to the greatest extent. Teacher Qin has really done all he can. Besides, Supervisor, we checked the city gate records after the incident. Your children left the city 1.5 hours earlier than the other teams, and Mr. Qin didn't know about it. Secondly, he has to be responsible for most of the children. As the leader of the team, it's impossible for him to only focus on your children. Now that communication is so advanced, why didn't any of you think of informing Teacher Qin that Shen Tianan's team is coming to participate in this training? After all, Teacher Qin had already called to not let them participate. If there isn't a big reason, why would he do that? In the end, it was your child who violated the rules and entered an area that martial masters and cultivators were not allowed to enter. Thus, you can't blame Teacher Qin for this. One of the parents said coldly, why can't he be blamed? Maybe it's because he broke my son's legs that caused this disaster. Yes. How can a person whose legs are broken avoid death? A teacher who broke the legs of students who were about to participate in the training, how can he be a teacher? Pooh. Qin Fengyang is the murderer. It's fair to kill someone to pay with their life. Li Changjiang was getting more and more angry. Everyone. You're twisting words and forcing logic. How did people whose legs are broken walk out of their houses at 5:30 in the morning? How did they walk out of the city? Are you really not worried? Anyway, it's Qin Fengyang's fault. Now that my son is dead, Qin Fengyang must pay with his life. Yes, Qin Fengyang must pay with his life. This vicious teacher caused the death of our child. He must give us a satisfactory explanation for this matter. Da. For a moment, vicious words came out like a tide. Li Changjiang realized that it was impossible to reason with them now, and no one listened to him. Humans were just that strange. In the face of many acceptable incidents, everyone would be reasonable and fair. They also hoped that the other party would be reasonable and fair. But in the face of some unacceptable incidents, almost no one would be reasonable. Even more so, no one would care about fairness. Especially when this kind of incident happened in a group, it would be even more unreasonable. As for the promise that these parents made yesterday to not let their sons go out, everyone chose to forget about it. They didn't dare to think about it, much less admit that it was their connivance that caused the death of their children, even though they regretted it so much. But strangely, their hatred for Qin Fengyang was also increasing. This was a very strange mentality. The situation was getting more and more chaotic, developing towards the direction of losing control. Dong dong dong. Knocking sounds came from the door. A wheelchair was pushed in. Old principal. Everyone bowed at the same time. Even people like Xin Yushu, whose eyes were red and had been blinded by hatred and sorrow, were no exception. He Yuanyua's indifferent gaze swept across everyone's faces and said calmly, "This incident came so suddenly, it's sad, and it's also hard to accept. It's understandable that everyone needs to vent their emotions. However, everyone, please listen to what I have to say, and then decide what to do next. The fate of martial artists has always been like this. Firstly, there's a disclaimer. Secondly, Qin Fangyang has already taken precautions in advance. He even informed all the parents to not allow Shen Tainan and the other students to participate in this training. Thirdly, Shen Tainan and the others entered the forbidden area recklessly, which led to the deaths of so many people. Therefore, I now announce the school's opinion on Qin Fangyang's punishment. He will be given a major demerit and will be fined 1 year's salary. This is the school's attitude. He Yuanyue said, if you are dissatisfied with the school's decision, you can privately negotiate with teacher Qin Fangyang, and our school will no longer bear any responsibility for this incident. That's all. Teacher Qin.
Yes.
Hand over the students' remains to the parents, and then you may leave.
Yes.
He Yuanyue forcefully put an end to this matter. No matter how unwilling Shin Yushu and the others were, they did not dare to say another word to He Yuanyue at this moment. Shin Yushu said fiercely, Qin Fangyang, just you wait. Qin Fangyang handed the ring to Li Changjiang, turned around, and left calmly, as if nothing had happened. Every year, or even every month, second high, and all martial arts schools will face this kind of situation. He Yuanyue's face was unusually tired, and she said, CEO Shen, let me give you a word of advice. My condolences, and don't cause any more trouble. In life, there must be a reason. After He Yuanyue finished speaking, she left without saying a word. An hour later, at the entrance of second high, Shin Yushu held his son's broken body, his eyes red, and his teeth clenched. Qin Fangyang, you must pay for my son's death with your life. And that's with Xiao Duo. On what basis did he say that my son would die? A little bastard, spouting nonsense, cursing my son. This must be a curse. I won't forgive you. The faces of the 6 children's parents were filled with grief, including Shin Yushu. Although their faces were filled with anger and ruthless words, they were also filled with deep regret. That's right, Qin Fangyang clearly called yesterday and did not allow the children to participate. There was a death sentence. Why did he push his own son onto the path of death? It was only a day's training. So what if he did not go? Even if he allowed them to go, calling Qin Fangyang or sending a message was as easy as lifting a finger. It was not even considered labor. So why did he not do it? So regretful. More and more regret, but it also caused more and more hatred. Human nature was like this. When a normal accident happened, people would instinctively shift the blame. Not to mention this kind of unacceptable thing. How could he bear the responsibility himself? His lively and energetic son had turned into a pile of minced meat in his hands. He, Qin Fangyang, was the teacher leading the team. If he did not take responsibility, who would? Did I cause the death of my precious son? Even I don't believe these words. Of course I regret it, but no matter how much I regret it, I can't forgive Qin Fangyang and Zhou Xiaoduo. Shin Yushu's gaze was fierce. I suspect that Zhou Xiaoduo is the one who cast the curse. And Qin Fangyang went to break our son's leg. It was premeditated. These 2 people are the main culprits. After the incident, we still have to call him to inform him? Why should we inform him? He is the teacher leading the team. My son is a high school student. It's natural for him to come to school. Is there a need to inform him? Do we still have to call the school teacher every night? My son is going to school tomorrow? Ridiculous. Since ancient times, there has been no such logic. When the parents heard Shin Yushu's words, they inexplicably felt that this actually made sense. Chapter 146. Qin Fangyang sat cross-legged on a high platform a few hundred feet away from the school gate. He stared at the few families at the school gate and sighed silently. With his cultivation base, he could not miss a single word of what these people said. He understood that it was normal for the parents to have such a reaction. Whose child was not a precious treasure? How could the parents not be sad when their child died in an accident? Not sad. It was understandable for them to be angry and sad, and even take their anger out on others. But everyone was facing such a cruel world. Life and death happened in the blink of an eye. It was really just a matter of a breath. Since they had chosen this martial path, they would have to live with death for the rest of their lives. I did everything I should and shouldn't have done, but I still couldn't save that child from death. I really couldn't do anything. But for this matter, it's fine if you take your anger out on me, but to take it out on Zhuo Duo, isn't your temper too bad? Whoosh. Luo Lai quietly landed beside him. How is it? It must be a little uncomfortable. It'll be fine once you get used to it. Yes, I was in charge of the martial warrior class before, so I really didn't come into contact with this kind of thing. Sigh, this kind of thing happens every year. Most of the time, it happens a few times a month. Once you get used to it, you'll get used to it. We also hope that every child can live healthily, but in reality, it can't be done. Training is to cultivate their ability to face life and death. Since it's a matter of life and death, it's normal for accidents to happen. The students can safely stay in Phoenix City after graduation, so their safety is higher. But for those who swear to serve the country and protect the mainland, if 1 out of 10 goes to Sun Moon Pass, it's already not bad. Qin Fengyang mocked. In other words, the more a man cares about his country, the faster he dies. Can you understand it this way? The more a coward drags out an ignoble existence, the longer he can live? Luo Lai sighed. He really wanted to refute, but this was the truth. Luo Lai said, in this world, because of the external environment, there are such rules. We can't do anything about it. We can't do anything about the deaths and injuries caused by the students. Similarly, there are also parents who are angry because of their deep affection for their children. We can't do anything about it either. After all, we all share the same heart. Qin Fengyang asked with interest, how did the previous parents and teachers deal with it? I can't handle it. As I mentioned earlier, the premise of this situation is that the current external environment is not the same as the previous peaceful technological era. When such a thing happens, we can only deal with it coldly. If any of their children attend the martial arts school, the school will give them free tuition. But in this kind of family, even if they still have children, they won't go to this martial arts school, or they won't go to this martial arts school. However, you have to be careful for the next period of time. This Chen Yushu's power is not small. Looking at his performance today, he will definitely deal with you. Qin Fengyang nodded silently. I know. I'll be careful. In the past, there were also teachers who suffered from the revenge of their parents. It is said that there was once a teacher who was seriously injured in order to protect his students. He was bedridden. But because of the death of his son, the angry parents rushed to the teacher's house and beat the whole family to death. This kind of thing is not uncommon. Luo Lai sighed. Qin Fengyang was stunned. There's such a thing? Not only such a thing, but such things are too common. Luo Lai patted Qin Fengyang's shoulder. In this kind of world, what is impossible? I'm telling you these things so that you can be prepared and be more careful. Qin Fengyang's gaze was deep. I know. Thank you for the reminder. His gaze was unhurried and had an indescribable meaning. No wonder Qin Yushu wanted to ask about my family, my son, my wife. Ha ha ha. He has a lot of ideas. Let's go and drink. It's better not to go. Qin Fengyang said, my other students are all in the cultivation pagoda. I want to see them come out. I know. Luo Lai left. Before he left, he said, don't leave the school in the near future. Qin Fengyang sat quietly and did not reply. When Zhuo Duo entered the 5x gravity room, it was 4 in the afternoon. Since he had a lot of contribution points in hand, Zhuo was rich and overbearing. He simply spent 2 hours farming contribution points. Let's test the quality first. It was only 20 contribution points. It was nothing. The door of the gravity room opened. Zhuo Duo valiantly walked in. Gravity room. I'm coming. Regarding the gravity room, Mu Yinyan had mentioned it to him before. Zhuo Xiaoyan had mentioned it before. He Yuan Yue had mentioned it before. Qin Fengyang had also mentioned it countless times. As a result, Zhuo Duo had been drooling over this training place for a long time. No matter if it was training hidden weapons, normal martial arts, or movement techniques, the gravity room was the best choice. 5x gravity. The moment Zhuo Duo entered the gravity room, he felt his body suddenly sink. The first thing he felt was that his body suddenly became much heavier. It was as if there were countless forces pressuring him from all directions at the same time. It was hard for him to bear. He just wanted to lie down on the ground and relieve the pressure. After a while, An extremely sticky feeling made it difficult for him to even breathe. Zhuoxiaoduo had expected these negative feelings after being informed by Zhuoxiaoyan and the others. He tried to adjust his breathing as he walked in step by step until he reached the center of the room. Huh! With a light shout, he got into a stance. Star-picking palm. Originally, when entering the gravity room for the first time, the most important thing to do was to adapt to the environment. This meant that he had to slowly adapt from the basics, such as the horse stance, finger presses, sit-ups, and so on. However, Zhuoxiaoduo was already at the peak of the martial master level. He didn't need to start from these most basic steps. He directly started to practice his fist and palm. However, after just one practice of the star-picking palm, Zhuoxiaoduo was already sweating profusely. He was exhausted. This is not good. It's only 5x gravity, the lowest level. Why is it so uncomfortable? Zhuoxiaoduo had an idea. He started to practice the Flaming Sun Sutra, practicing his fist and palm at the same time. As he practiced the Flaming Sun Sutra, the spiritual energy in his body became abnormally lively. He immediately felt that the negative feelings lingering in his body were reduced by a lot. Therefore, he started to practice controlling his breathing rate. The longer he stayed in the gravity room, the more he realized that once his breathing rhythm got messed up, he wouldn't be able to do anything. He might even be tormented to death, which was the worst-case scenario. Zhuoxiaoduo slowly breathed in and out. He continued to circulate the Flaming Sun Sutra, causing the temperature of the room to soar. Soon, the room became unbearably hot. This feeling is similar to being in a sauna. Furthermore, it's steaming, boiling, and splashing water at the same time. Zhuoxiaoduo tried his best to hold on. He used the star-picking palm and used the star-picking step. However, after 2 rounds of punches, Zhuoxiaoduo was really out of strength. He fell to the ground with a thud, his whole body sweating profusely. He felt as if his entire body, torso, stomach, thighs, and chest were all being sucked into the ground. Even his second brother was no exception. He was also firmly sucked into the ground. The reason why he could feel it so clearly was because his second brother had straightened up after circulating his blazing sun Qi. The feeling was exceptionally obvious. Just as Master Nian Yin Mao said, "I have to get used to the current gravity before I can talk about using it to train. As for hidden weapons, that's a topic for later." Zhuoxiaoduo was determined. He rested for an average of 2 to 3 minutes before he got up and continued to practice the star-picking palm, dragon gate leg, and star-picking step. When he couldn't take it anymore, he prostrated himself on the ground. Yes, prostrating himself on the ground. He repeated this process once, twice, and thrice. Under this extreme tempering, Zhuoxiaoduo could clearly feel the surging sound of the Flaming Sun Sutra's origin energy circulating in his meridians. He could also hear the sound of his blood flowing continuously, as well as the creaking sound of his bones being unable to bear the burden. However, he focused and persevered without any distractions. Later on, he didn't even prostrate himself on the ground. Even if he didn't have any strength left, he wasn't willing to prostrate himself on the ground anymore. Instead, he stood up straight. Lines of sweat flowed down from his chest like a waterfall. "Oh no, I forgot to bring water in." Zhuoxiaoduo was startled by this thought, and his eyes immediately looked around. Yes, the setup of this gravity room was quite user-friendly. There was a tap in the corner. Not bad, not bad. It solved his urgent problem. In fact, the gravity room was the place that consumed the most energy and sweat. If there was really no water to replenish the energy, it was very likely that the students would die in there. How could the school not think of this and make preparations beforehand? Under such a difficult environment, Zhuoxiaoduo had been tormenting himself to the limit for 2 whole hours. Time and time again, he tormented himself to the limit. After adjusting his breathing for a moment, he continued tormenting himself. When he reached the limit again, he took another breath. Even when he drank water, he tried his best to control himself and only drank a total of 2 times. However, he ate a lot of various pills. There were only 5 minutes left before the gravity machine could be used again. Suddenly, whoosh! A cool and refreshing feeling descended from the sky without any warning. Another drop of luck quietly arrived, causing Zhou Xiaoduo's extremely tired body to suddenly be filled with vitality again. Even his meridians expanded a little. Big brother, you should have come earlier. This time, it wasn't just one drop of luck, but a full 1.5 drops. Including the new luck points, Zhou Xiaoduo had a total of 6 drops in his hands. He couldn't help but have the illusion that he had become a tycoon in one fell swoop. He really became rich overnight. This time, when the luck points arrived, the first drop was a full one, but the next half drop was divided into waves and half a drop was gathered bit by bit. And this result made Zhou Xiaoduo realize something. It came true. The death calamity that he had predicted for Shen Tainan had come true. Only then did he get a full drop. As for the other groups, because they were all scared but not in danger, there were no casualties, so it didn't cause any fluctuations in fate. As a result, there weren't many luck points feedback. But even so, the 7 groups only had half a point, and Zhou Xiaoduo was still satisfied. Chapter 147. Putting everything else aside, these new luck points would allow him to complete the last round of training in the gravity machine, allowing him to improve even more. In the last 5 minutes, Zhou Xiaoduo unleashed all his strength. He used the star-plucking palm, dragon gate kick, and galaxy step in tandem. He used all his strength in every move and executed them 7 times in a row. At the last second, Zhou Xiaoduo finally stopped his movement after the final kick. The door of the gravity room opened again, but Zhou Xiaoduo's remaining strength wasn't enough to support him to walk out. He could only lie on the ground like a dead dog, panting heavily with his tongue out. If the teacher in charge of the gravity room hadn't come in to check the situation and dragged Zhou Xiaoduo out like a dead dog, no one knew how long Zhou Xiaoduo would have stayed in this position. "How is it?" Qin Fengyang came. "This student of yours is really extraordinary." The teacher in charge of the gravity room didn't know how to comment. He raised his thumb and said, he didn't waste a single second of the 2 hours of 5 times gravity training. When he walked into the gravity room, there were a few obvious puddles on the ground that were rapidly drying up. The circles of salt stains and white lines were especially eye-catching. "This is all sweat." The teacher was even more surprised. "You're so harsh on yourself." Seeing Qin Fengyang dragging Zhou Xiaoduo away, the teacher was convinced and raised his thumb. "Teacher Qin, as long as there are no accidents, this student of yours will definitely be like this in the future." Qin Fengyang smiled, feeling gratified. His face, which had been gloomy for a long time because of Shen Tianan's matter, suddenly brightened up. "I think so too." Seeing Qin Fengyang walk away, the teacher returned to the gravity room. The gravity room also needed to be cleaned. Basically, every user who entered would leave behind a pool of smelly sweat. If it wasn't cleaned up early, the gravity room would definitely smell worse than a latrine pit. The teacher went in to clean as usual. Suddenly, he felt that something was wrong and turned to look. "This isn't right. Why is there a layer of softness on the wall?" Qin Feng dragged Zhou Xiaoduo for about 10 meters before Zhou Xiaoduo was able to walk on his own and move freely. This was easy to understand. Zhou Xiaoduo had to withstand 5 times his body weight in the gravity room. Moreover, he had just learned it, so it was easy to imagine how fast his stamina was being consumed. Now that he was outside, everything was back to normal, so his stamina naturally recovered quickly. However, as he walked, Zhou Xiaoduo suddenly realized that his entire body was as light as a feather, as if he could float at any time. This gravity room is so useful. Zhou Xiaoduo was pleasantly surprised. This was because he discovered that under this kind of gravitational cultivation, it had the effect of purifying the spiritual energy within his body. Qin Fengyang rolled his eyes at the silly bird. Of course it was useful. Otherwise, why would the cost of using the gravity machine be so high? How did it feel to cultivate for the first time? "It's all right. What have you done?" "It's just practicing punches and kicks, practicing martial arts and footwork." That's the right thing to do. Only when you're used to the gravity and pressure and have a solid foundation will you be qualified to talk about hidden weapons cultivation. You did well. Hehe. When you practice hidden weapons in the future, remember to bring your target in. Qin Fengyang said, "Don't practice other places. Just focus on the throat, heart, eyes, and ears. These are good enough. The focus is on the eyes and ears. These two places are the most important. Do you understand the key? Understood. Zhou Xiaoduo silently added the genitals in his heart before asking, why? For the experts of the UMNO Alliance, the throat and heart aren't fatal points. In other words, these two places have the strongest protection. As for the human body, no matter how strong an expert is, compared to other parts of the body, the eyes and ears are always the weakest. If you think about it from another perspective, aren't these parts the weakest parts of the body? Qin Fangyang said lightly, legend has it that the UMNO Alliance had an ancient witch god. This god's head was chopped off, but he continued to fight against the heavenly court. The more he fought, the braver he became. That's awesome. Zhou Xiaoduo clicked his tongue. If we really meet such an expert, what's the use of hidden weapons? The only thing I can think of is attacking the primordial spirit. Qin Fangyang wasn't sure either. He said, but that kind of realm, we can only dream about it. Maybe you'll have a chance thousands of years later, but I definitely won't in my lifetime. Hehe, Teacher Qin, you've unified the Jianghu for thousands of years. Your future is boundless. Get lost. The sky was already dark. I'll send you home, Qin Fangyang said. You send me home? Zhou Xiaoduo was surprised by Qin Fangyang's decision. I'll send you home. I'll send you to school and back these few days. Qin Fangyang's expression was a little cold. Zhou Xiaoduo even felt an inexplicable murderous aura flowing around Qin Fangyang's body. It was fierce, and indestructible. Qin Fangyang's current appearance was completely different from the teacher Qin, Zhou Xiaoduo remembered. The teacher and disciple walked side by side on Zhou Xiaoduo's way home. Zhou Xiaoduo noticed that Qin Fangyang seemed to be deliberately slowing down. Teacher Qin, we can walk faster. Zhou Xiaoduo felt that there was something wrong with the current atmosphere. Even with his shallow aura viewing technique, which could not even be considered as a beginner, he could actually see that the road ahead was filled with a faint blood color. It's okay. Walk slowly, there's no hurry. Qin Fangyang smiled faintly and kindly. Teacher is here, it's okay. Zhou Xiaoduo nodded. His eyes lit up. Zhou Xiaoduo was a smart person. He could understand the meaning behind Qin Fangyang's words. He had already guessed what Qin Fangyang was going to do. Xiaoduo, from today onwards, I'll use myself as an example on the way home. I'll give you a lesson on the Jianghu, the border, and the battlefield. Qin Fangyang said calmly as he walked, these days, I've observed your moves over and over again. I've discovered that your heart is unexpectedly soft. You have plenty of time and opportunities to strike at your opponent's throat, heart, back of head, and other vital parts. But you chose to kick the crotch. Others may be confused by you, but I won't. You're just soft-hearted and don't want to kill. Kicking the crotch is an excellent way to effectively paralyze your opponent's attack power. Qin Fangyang said solemnly, but this is the way the world is now. If you don't want to kill, you can only be killed. Then tell me, is it better to kill or be killed? Qin Fangyang's body suddenly floated into the air. The moment he flew up, 2 masked men rushed out from the corner. 7 or 8 masked men jumped down from the roof of the nearby building. In a trance, a magnificent sword light pierced through the sky like a lightning bolt, stunning the dusk sky. Even the street lamps on the roadside were overshadowed by the brilliance of the brilliant sword light. Qin Fangyang's body circled around the field like a goshawk and landed beside Zhou Xiaoduo again. Clang! He sheathed his sword and walked forward slowly. His voice was indifferent and calm. You must be ruthless to your enemies. If you can kill 10, you must not only kill 9. Whether it's a hidden weapon or a weapon, you must be steady, accurate, ruthless, and ruthless. Behind the 2 of them, of the 10 masked men who came with ill intentions, 4 on the left, 4 on the right, and 2 at the back, they all slowly fell to the ground. Then, 10 heads rolled off their necks almost at the same time, rolling back and forth on the ground like big watermelons. The strong smell of blood instantly filled the whole street, turning the originally quiet street into a blood pool hell. Do you know why? Looking at Zhua Xiaoduo's faintly pale face, Qin Fangyang didn't even turn his head. As he walked slowly, his voice was extremely calm as he said, "There are too many ordinary people on this street. Once the opponent knows that he is no match for them and will die, he will drag ordinary people down with him. That will be your sin. So, when you can kill with one blow, you must kill with one blow. If any ordinary person dies because of your soft-heartedness, you will feel guilty for the rest of your life. To ensure that in the future, you won't." When Qin Fangyang said the first 4 words of this sentence, he was still on the ground beside Zhua Xiaoduo. But when he said the last few words, he was already 70 feet away and 70 feet high in the air like a meteor. Just like before, the brilliant sword light once again pierced through the sky in a flash. 3 more corpses fell from the sky in an upside-down position. While they were still in the air, their heads fell first, and a large amount of blood poured down like a waterfall. Qin Fangyang returned to Zhua Xiaoduo's side and finished the last 2 words of his sentence. "I'm sorry." His voice was steady, calm, gentle. It was as if he did not move at all. "Who are these people? Are they targeting you, teacher, or are they here to kill me?" Although Zhua Xiaoduo had already guessed Qin Fangyang's intention to teach before the battle, he was still puzzled about the purpose of these 2 groups of enemies. They are here to kill you, but their main purpose, or the real target, is me. Actually, there are people around you who are protecting you. But in my heart, I have to come out and show my attitude. I also have to give the person who wants to kill me a chance. After all, he is not resigned to his fate. He will definitely try. Qin Fangyang smiled and said, "I have to let him try and feel it." Zhua Xiaoduo was speechless. Try and feel the taste of attacking you? Feel the feeling of killing you? No, it's not like that. Qin Fangyang looked at Zhua Xiaoduo strangely. Don't think like that in the future, okay? Thinking like that shows that you are not confident in your own strength. It's true that I want him to try, but I want him to know that the target he wants to target is too strong. He can only feel helpless and despair. From there, he will understand a truth. Qin Fangyang smiled very elegantly. Truth? It is the truth. As a teacher, the truth I want to teach him is that in this world, there are some people he can't afford to offend. Don't think that he is rich. In this world, there are too many things that can't be done with money. Qin Fangyang raised his head and looked at a camera by the roadside. He revealed a gentle smile and showed his snow-white teeth. Don't you think so? I'm really tired. I continue to write. The next chapter should be out at night. So many things are happening at the same time. I have to take care of them all and form a line. It's really taxing on my brain. Chapter 148. Arriving at the entrance of the Zhua family's residential area, Qin Fangyang watched Zhua Xiaoduo go in, then turned around, but did not go back. His black robe fluttering, he flew in a strange direction. In the darkness, bat-like shadows rose one after another in the night, chasing after Qin Fangyang. After a while, streaks of blood soared into the sky. You want to kill me? Then I'll let you kill to your heart's content. When Zhua Xiaoduo arrived home, Zhua Xiaoyan had not yet returned. Zhua Xiaoyan was still in Mu Yin-Yan's office. Opposite her was Meng Chunyu, who was being punished. Mu Yin-Yan's face was as calm as water. Chenyu, an entire afternoon has passed, and you refuse to say anything. I don't have the temperament to continue wasting time with you. Mu Yin-Yan went straight to the point. I just want to know, why do you insist on Zhua Xiaoduo dying? I really didn't, master. I really didn't mean that. Meng Chunyu's eyes were red. I can swear to the heavens. Then how do you explain your actions today? Mu Yin-Yan was a little tired. She went to the chair behind the desk and sat down. In her voice, there was an indescribable disappointment. At that time, Zhua Xiaoduo had the upper hand. I felt that there was no need to intervene, so I overlooked that Mu Yunfeng was hiding nearby. Well, even if you were negligent at the beginning, but after Mu Yunfeng made his move, you should have come back to your senses, right? How could you let Mu Yunfeng leave so easily? How do you explain this? I also wanted to stop him, but there were people from the second middle school chasing after us. I didn't want to expose myself. Even senior sister Nian didn't make a move until the people from second high gave up on the chase. Meng Chenyu said with extreme grievance, "Master, you have to believe me." Mu Yin lowered her eyes. After a long time, she slowly said, "Let's put this matter aside for now. Chenyu, you can go back." "Yes, master." From beginning to end, Zhou Xiaoyan stood to the side, not saying a word. Watching Meng Chenyu leave, Zhou Xiaoyan's eyes flashed with coldness. "Little Nian," Mu Yin said tiredly, "what do you think?" Watching Meng Chenyu leave, Zhou Xiaoyan's cold face was filled with indifference. She faintly said, "Master, I am not thinking of anything." She smiled coldly. "I'm really not thinking about anything." She used 2 sentences to say the same thing twice. Mu Yin immediately understood what she meant. "Nianer, you have other ideas, don't you?" Zhou Xiaoyan said softly, "Master, I don't think so." Mu Yin pondered and didn't say anything. Zhou Xiaoyan suddenly switched to telepathy and said, "Master, there are some things we can talk about later. The Meng clan was the one who built this building. If the Meng clan has any other intentions." Meng Qinyu's abnormal reaction caused Zhou Xiaoyan to become completely vigilant. It was a matter of Zhou Xiao's life and death. Zhou Xiaoyan suddenly felt that the whole world was full of malice. Mu Yin was shocked. She suddenly raised her head and looked at Zhou Xiaoyan. For a long time, she did not speak. The two exchanged glances. One was full of suspicion and vigilance, and the other was full of shock. After a while, Mu Yin said in a low voice, "Chenyu is still your junior sister. Even if she has done something wrong, there is no need to be too harsh on her. Also, isn't your brother fine?" Zhou Xiaoyan hesitated for a moment and responded, "Master is right. Xiaoduo is fine, and I have no intention of continuing to pursue the matter. But Chenyu's state of mind has not been stable during this period of time. Is it because she has progressed too much that she has developed an inner demon?" Mu Yin hated iron for not becoming steel and said, "If she has progressed too much, that would be great. Right now, I have no idea what she is doing. I can't even see her shadow. How is it that she has progressed too quickly? And this matter is indeed strange. I will help you keep an eye on Chenyu. You don't have to worry too much. It is normal for there to be some friction between young people. Also, Xiaoduo scolded Chenyu too harshly at that time. Hee, your brother's mouth is really annoying." Zhou Xiaoyan hesitated and said, "But I am always worried about Xiaoduo's safety. Master, I only have one brother. He is fine this time. He is lucky, but luck will not always be with one person. Don't worry too much." Mu Yin promised. "Master promises you that this matter will not happen again. What if it happens again?" Zhou Xiaoyan asked. "If it happens again," Mu Yin gritted her teeth and said, "If it is really determined that it was done by Chenyu or the Ming family, I will expel Chenyu from the sect." This sentence was already very serious. Zhou Xiaoyan did not speak again. "And, by the way, since you are here, come with me to get some jade of astral souls," Mu Yin said. "Let's go." The window opened, and the master and disciple rushed directly into the sky and disappeared in a flash. In the sky, the clouds were dense, and the wind was howling. Mu Yin took Zhou Xiaoyan all the way to the sky and hid in the clouds. Then, she put all the communication devices she carried, including the jewelry, into the space ring. Then she turned to look at Zhou Xiaoyan. The temperature in the sky was extremely cold, but Zhou Xiaoyan was calm and collected. Her expression was as cold as ever. Mu Yin frowned, and the expression on her face changed. Obviously, she was struggling fiercely in her heart. She said softly, "The location of your breakthrough last time was leaked. Now it seems. It should be Chenyu who leaked it. I don't know if it was accidental or intentional." Zhou Xiaoyan's expression still did not change. Chenyu's mood fluctuated greatly today. Mu Yin looked at the rolling clouds under her feet and said softly, "It's probably because some of her thoughts were exposed too suddenly, and your reaction was too intense. You fell out with her on the spot, giving her no time to mentally prepare herself. So much so that I felt a little strange." Zhou Xiaoyan pondered for a moment, but asked another question. "Master, do you feel that Ming Chen Tian's feelings for me are purely the love between a man and a woman?" Mu Yinyan frowned. In? Ming Chen Tian. I'm afraid he has other intentions. Zhou Xiaoyan said. My feelings should be right. I just don't know why his family is so hostile to our family. But no matter what, there must be a reason. Mu Yinyan was thinking, and everything that had happened recently flashed through her mind. Master, you have met Ming Chen Tian. What do you think of him? Zhou Xiaoyan asked. Very mature, very steady, and there is no room for criticism. Everything is perfect. Mu Yinyan said. Performance? Well, I think so too. Master, your description is very apartment. This kind of perfection is too fake. It can only be described as performance. Zhou Xiaoyan said. Fake? I think it's true. His speech, etiquette, steps, expression, everything is presented perfectly. Zhou Xiaoyan said. It gives me the feeling that it's like an actor on the stage, showing his best side to the people in front of him. There is no flaw in any aspect, and there is no overdoing it in any aspect. Even his smile, no matter when, no matter what happens, is in the state of being tempered 1,000 times. This state, even if it is a senior who has cultivated for a long time, who has seen the prosperity of the mortal world, and who has experienced the hardships of the universe, it is impossible to achieve this level. Because as long as one is still human, one will retain some emotions and personal character. But Ming Chen Tian has none of this. Everything is perfect. Based on my personal judgment, there is only one kind of situation in which a person can be in such a state. That is, everything is an act, something that can be faked, Zhou Xiaoyan said. Also, this person said that he is 33 years old, but I don't think so. Mu Yinyan pondered and did not speak. Zhou Xiaoyan said, Master, can you confirm Ming Chen Tian's birth record? Who is his birth mother? Is it Ming Tianyue's first wife? Where did he go to school in his youth? His cultivation is not bad, and he should be an outstanding person in the martial arts school. This information should not be difficult to investigate, right? The reason why I put this on the table is that I have investigated Ming Chen Tian for a long time, but I did not find any information. This is really abnormal. Even if it is a fake file, I did not find it. A person, no matter how he hides his past, even if his information is S-class secret, there are always some clues. Mu Yinyan frowned. Let me check. I hope you can check it through the Star Shield. I am afraid you can't find it through other normal channels. Yes. Mu Yinyan suddenly asked. At that time, it was Xiao Duo who saw that you were about to break through, right? Zhou Xiaoyan was silent for a moment. She remembered that Zhou Xiao Duo had now publicized her physiognomy to the world. She bit her lip and nodded. Yes, he saw that you were about to break through from your face, so you suspected that the information was leaked? Yes. That's why I asked you. What about now? He didn't say. Little Duo is currently learning the aura examination technique from Principal He Yuanyue. It seems so. This is not a secret. Xiao Duo even declared in public that his physiognomy is divine. Everyone is welcome to come to him for guidance. Mu Yinyan thought for a while and suddenly smiled. Let's go to your house and talk to Xiao Duo. Maybe we can also ask him for guidance. Okay. Speaking of Xiao Duo, Zhou Xiaoyan suddenly became a little enraptured, and even the look on her face became a little gentler. Mu Yinyan couldn't help but smile. Nian you were so good to your brother. Zhou Xiaoyan took Mu Yinyan's arm and flew in the direction of her house, saying sweetly, Master, you don't know that Xiao Duo is even better to me. While flying, she took out her mobile phone. I have to talk to Dad. Mu Yinyan expressed her understanding. You have to ask your father if he will accept guests, haha. Zhou Xiaoyan smiled embarrassedly. After all, it was rare to have guests in the house for so many years. She had to ask if her father was willing to let them in. After the phone call was connected, Zhou Chonglu readily agreed. I will wait for you to eat. At this moment, Mu Yinyan actually felt a sense of shock. Was this really what that stingy guy said? This stingy guy actually wanted to treat them. She was exhausted, both physically and mentally. Monthly votes, recommendation votes, genuine subscriptions. Thank you. Chapter 149. With Mu Yinyan's amazing cultivation at the peak of nascent soul, she was flattered by Zhou Chonglu, who was just an ordinary person. This feeling really made Mu Yinyan feel incredible. But thinking about it, it was understandable. Thinking back, when she accepted Zhou Xiaoyan as her apprentice, Zhou Chonglu didn't even invite her to dinner. Not to mention to have dinner at home. Compared with the past, these 5 words really gave her a lot of face. I'm waiting for you to have dinner. Xiaoyan, has your father's character changed over the years? Mu Yinyan couldn't help but laugh, and she was actually very happy. No. Zhou Xiaoyan was stunned. With your father's character as a stingy rooster, he actually invited people to his house for dinner. How can it not be a big change? Mu Yinyan was a little gratified. I've taught you for a few years, and today I can finally go to your house for dinner. It's not in vain. Hearing this, Zhou Xiaoyan was a little embarrassed. To be honest, your father is really very good at living. Mu Yinyan wanted to complain, but halfway through, she remembered that she was talking to her daughter, so she sighed and said, he is a good man. Good man? Zhou Xiaoyan's pretty face was a little red, and she was inexplicably vigilant. She summoned up her courage and said, Master, my father, and my mother have a very good relationship. You, him, and he is just an ordinary person. This, Mu Yinyan was stunned for a moment, and suddenly laughed after a long time. What are you thinking? Do you think You really know how to think blindly. My original intention was to complain that your father was a stingy person, a stingy rooster, a glazed cat, and a glazed cat covered with sugar all over. But for your sake, I didn't say all of it. Why are you suspecting that I have taken a liking to her father? Look at this nervous little face. I doted on her for nothing. Is your father so good? Hiss. With a ding-dong, a message came, which interrupted Zhou Xiaoyan's embarrassment. Zhou Xiaoyan took out her mobile phone and looked at it, and she couldn't help but be stunned, because the message was sent by He Yuanyue. In the wee hours of the morning, the clouds disperse, the phoenix turns its head. Bring Xiao Duo here. Zhou Xiaoyan was shocked when she saw the message. My dog, why is it so popular today? Master Mu Yinyan wanted to see him, and even took the initiative to meet him. Now even the old principal He Yuanyue wanted to see him? Thinking of this, Zhou Xiaoyan couldn't help but feel proud and smug. Bullshit. Awesome. But I still have to go buy some groceries. Otherwise, Dad might really just be waiting for us to eat. Zhou Xiaoyan was obviously a villain in vain this time. When the two of them entered the Zhou family's house, Wu Yuding had already prepared a large table of dishes. It was really packed to the brim. In addition, there were also 4 large pots, which were placed on the stoves that they had just bought a few days ago. There were 2 big pots of rice and 2 big pots of steamed buns. It was steaming hot and eye-catching. In order to make sure there wasn't enough food, Wu Yuding even opened 4 cans of chili oil and cut 2 large plates of pickled vegetables. The entire Zhou family was like a small shop that specialized in selling steamed buns. The air was filled with the fragrance of steamed buns. Zhou Xiaoduo stared at the side, rubbing his belly from time to time as he listened to the rumbling sounds coming from inside. Looking at Wu Yuding's little eyes walking around, he really looked like a hungry puppy. His eyes were blue, but he didn't dare to move and was waiting for the order to eat. Bear with it a little longer. Zhou Chonglu comforted his son. Your sister Nian Yin said that she wanted to bring her master here for dinner. You can't eat now. If you start eating, there won't be anything left on the table. How can we serve the guests then? It'll be rude of us. Zhou Xiaoduo said pitifully. Let me eat a few steamed buns first. My stomach is too flat and I'm panicking. I'm hungry. Sigh. Zhou Chonglu had no choice but to raise his voice and ask Wu Yuding, are the steamed buns okay? They are okay, but they're just steamed. Wu Yuding said, the freshly steamed ones are the best to eat. This kind of steamed buns usually only require 20 servings of food. If you eat this, you'll need at least 30 servings. Bear with it a little longer. Let him eat a few servings first. Look at his pitiful eyes. Wu Yuding turned her head and saw Zhou Xiaoduo's wet eyes. He was swallowing his saliva madly. Wu Yuding almost laughed out loud. She didn't say anything else and opened the lid of the pot. She picked up a few steamed buns and placed them on a plate. Just as she was about to bring them over, she saw Zhou Xiaoduo had already brought his bowl over. He had already grabbed a handful of pickled vegetables in his hand. Coupled with his impatient expression, He swallowed his saliva. Wu Yuding hurriedly protected the food on the table so that the guests wouldn't be rude. She watched as Xiaoduo threw the steamed buns into his mouth one by one. He just flattened his lips and swallowed them. In the blink of an eye, they were all gone. Xiaoduo's eyes began to wander around the lid of the pot. Mrs. Wu couldn't help but cover her forehead. Just how hungry are you, son? Fortunately, at this moment, there was a knock at the door. Zhou Xiaoyan and Mu Yinyan finally arrived. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Zhou Xiaoduo rushed up as if he had seen his savior. His enthusiasm was overflowing. Great, they were finally here. It was time to eat. Mu Yinyan didn't know what was going on. She was shocked by Zhou Xiaoduo's enthusiasm. She smiled and said, Xiaoduo is also home. Sorry for being late. It's my honor to be your guest. Hello, Mr. Zhou, Mrs. Zhou. She felt that she was much older than Zhou Changlu and Wu Yuding, so it was inconvenient for her to call them brother and sister-in-law. Miss Mu, you're getting more and more beautiful. Please sit down. Zhou Zhanglu appeared to be particularly enthusiastic. He didn't have the appearance of a miser in the legends. Instead, he was elegant and handsome. Wu Yuding looked at Zhou Changlu with a faint smile, and then warmly said, Miss Mu, please sit down. You're a rare guest. Mu Yinyan was sure that she would never forget this meal. She would remember it every night when she dreamed about it. The five of them sat around the table. Mu Yinyan saw Zhou Xiaoduo bring a basin over. She was surprised, but then she saw him bring another basin. Was that soup in the other basin? At first, Mu Yinyan thought that it was for washing hands, but then she saw Zhou Xiaoduo take a sip, and then put it on his left foot carefully. Then, Teacher Mu, please help yourself. Don't stand on ceremony. With Zhou Changlu's words, Zhou Xiaoduo had already begun to eat. Zhou Changlu, Wu Yuding, and Zhou Xiaoyan, 3 people and 6 hands, quickly grabbed 6 dishes, moved aside, and drank and chatted with Mu Yinyan as usual. They talked while eating, and even opened a bottle of wine. It was no different from a normal banquet, but on the other side, Zhou Xiaoduo ate 13 dishes by himself, including 2 pots of rice, 2 pots of steamed buns, 2 plates of pickles, and 4 cans of chili sauce. Mu Yinyan occasionally glanced at him, and only felt that she had entered a farm. Although Zhou Xiaoduo didn't make a lot of noise when he ate, and he wasn't smacking his lips, his eating frequency was too fast. It was like entering a silkworm breeding room. The 4 of them had only finished a third of the bottle of wine, and had only eaten a little of the 6 dishes. However, Zhou Xiaoduo's side was already completely clean. Mu Yinyan was present. Even someone as thick-skinned as Zhou Xiaoduo couldn't lick the plates. But if he didn't lick the plates, he could dip the steamed buns in the soup. The dozen plates were no worse than washing them with water. Mu Yinyan felt that she had opened her eyes today, and it was a big eye-opener. After a while, Zhou Xiaoduo stood up politely and glanced at the dishes on the table reluctantly. He seemed to be trying hard to control himself and said, Take your time. I'm full. Here you are. Zhou Xiaoyan took out a roast goose weighing 7 or 8 kilograms from the space ring and handed it to him. Hee. Sister, you love me so much. Zhou Xiaoduo went back to the room with the roast goose in his arms, satisfied. Zhou Changlu and Wu Yuding couldn't bear to look at him. Mu Yinyan, after a moment of shock, explained with understanding, Xiaoduo has reached the peak of martial master. Considering his age, his speed of advancement is really rare. Moreover, he reached the peak of martial master in a short time, and the energy he needs to replenish is more than that of ordinary martial masters. In fact, at the stage of martial master, the consumption of his own vital energy is higher than the replenishment of external vital energy. That's why he can't eat enough. It will be fine when he reaches the innate realm. I hope so. Wu Yuding sighed. We also know that martial master cultivators have high requirements for food. When Xiaoyan was a martial master, she was also at this stage. But at that time, Xiaoyan couldn't eat as much as Xiaoduo. At most, she could only eat a quarter of his food. At that time, I was very worried. Girls, if you eat like this, won't you become a pig? Mom, Zhou Xiaoyan blushed. She put down her chopsticks and said coquettishly, Why are you talking about the past? Mu Yinyan laughed and said, Back then, Nian asked me for fasting pills every day. She would eat the fasting pills before coming back to eat. Ha! As a master, Mu Yinyan rarely saw Zhou Xiaoyan in her own home. She couldn't help but want to tease her. Wu Yuding couldn't help but smile and said, "So there is such a thing. I wronged Xiao Duo. I only talked about what Xiaoyan was like back then. It turns out that there is such a story behind it." Wu Yuding sighed. "Back then, I should have prepared 2 basins for Xiaoyan." Chapter 150. Zhou Xiaoyan finally couldn't bear it. She blushed and said, "You guys are so bad." She stood up and was about to leave, but Zhou Chonglu stopped her. "Sit down. Why are you so rude? Your master is still here, and you want to leave? If people know about this, they will think that I, Zhou Chonglu, have no upbringing. Hurry up and sit down. Serve your master tea, pour wine, and serve him well. Master, master. A teacher for a day is a father for life. Now and in the future, you must remember this sentence. Always be the same, and always be the same." Yes, Zhou Xiaoyan was obedient. Mu Yinyan looked at Zhou Xiaoyan and thought of Zhou Xiaoduo. She couldn't help sighing with admiration and said, "Boss Zhuo's education is really unique. Your son and daughter are so excellent. It's really enviable." Zhou Chonglu said with a smile, "You flatter me. Let's drink. Ms. Mu, try this dish. This is my wife's lifelong signature dish. It tastes good." Both the host and the guest enjoyed the meal. After the meal, Zhou Chonglu knew that Mu Yinyan wouldn't come for no reason. He felt that it had nothing to do with him, so he went to the study. Wu Yuding cleaned up the table and said goodbye apologetically, saying that she had to do some homework. She didn't know what homework she was going to do. Anyway, she went into the room. She left the room to Mu Yinyan and her master. In the study, Wu Yuding smiled faintly. "Is Ms. Mu beautiful?" Zhou Chonglu said seriously. "She is just SOSO? I think she is prettier than me. She can't even compare with a hair of yours. She is too ugly." "Really? Really? Then why do you keep looking at her? Hey, she seems to have soup stuck to the tip of her nose when she was eating. I wanted to remind her, but I was too embarrassed." "Oh." Wu Yuding stopped. Outside, Mu Yinyan rubbed the tip of her nose with a speechless and embarrassed face. "Well, nothing." Mu Yinyan looked at Zhou Xiaoyan and couldn't help feeling envious. She said, "Nian it's really a blessing to be born in such a family and have such parents." Zhou Xiaoyan nodded her head repeatedly, her eyes turning into crescent moons. The master and disciple did not delay and entered Zhou Xiaoduo's room. They saw that Zhou Xiaoduo was already panting and sweating all over. Zhou Xiaoduo was in the room. He was punching very slowly, but at the same time with the most standard movements. There was not the slightest sound of wind, but every move and every style was filled with strength. Mu Yinyan nodded secretly. As the saying goes, one can know the whole leopard from a single spot. Zhou Xiaoduo obviously did this because he did not want to let go of any time to cultivate. He was really racing against time. This child is really not bad. Mu Yinyan praised him in her heart. "Stop practicing. Let's talk." Zhou Xiaoyan, like Mu Yinyan before, put all the communication devices, including Zhou Xiaoduo's mobile phone, into the ring. Even the computer and all the other electronic devices were all turned off and packed up. "Xiaoduo, I came here mainly to ask you about the divination method, especially the thing that you saw before, that there would be obstacles when I was breaking through. Tell me the truth, and the more details, the better," Zhou Xiaoyan said. "Okay." Zhou Xiaoduo took a deep breath. This day had finally come. After such a long time of hard work, dedication, and sparing no effort to keep reading people's faces, Mu Yinyan finally truly believed and recognized her ability. And Mu Yinyan's belief would be a great progress in his plan to save Nian Cat. This progress was extremely crucial. Previously, Zhou Xiaoduo did not think about influencing Mu Yinyan through Zhou Xiaoyan. It was not difficult to do this. As long as Zhou Xiaoyan acted coquettishly to Mu Yinyan, with Mu Yinyan's love for Zhou Xiaoyan, it would have a certain effect. But the following problem was obvious. Mu Yinyan would not pay too much attention to these influences, at least she would not believe it. It could be imagined how difficult it was for a 16 or 17-year-old martial artist to make a nascent soul master believe in his fortune-telling. And once Mu Yinyan had a preconceived idea, then Zhou Xiaoduo's follow-up actions were bound to be extremely difficult. In that case, it would cause more trouble, and the loss would outweigh the gain. In this case, from the beginning, let Mu Yinyan believe in his divination method, and then trust every word he said. The follow-up actions would naturally be supported by Mu Yinyan. Today, the efforts that had been brewing for so long finally paid off. Xiao Duo, it is said that your fortune-telling is very accurate, and it comes true like a god. Mu Yinyan smiled and said, so this time, I specially came to ask for advice. Teacher Mu, you are too polite. Zhou Xiaoduo said politely, you can ask, and I will tell you everything I know. Zhou Xiaoduo's elegant and steady appearance almost made Mu Yinyan think that the good-for-nothing she saw just now was an illusion. Tell me about Nian's tribulation first. It's better to start from the very beginning, when you saw that Nian's breakthrough would lead to her death. Mu Yinyan put on a serious attitude and said, I know that a lot of your efforts during this period of time are for this matter. Hearing this, although Zhou Xiaoyan knew that they were talking about business, she still could not help but feel sweet in her heart. She looked at Zhou Xiaoduo with hook-like eyes. Hum, dog. Hum, my dog. Hum, hum, hum. He. In fact, Sister Nian's tribulation has always been in a state of ascension. Teacher Mu, about Sister Nian's tribulation, it can be said that it involves a lot of people, not to mention others. Because of Sister Nian's death, you are full of death aura. Zhou Xiaoduo said softly. In fact, this is not difficult to imagine. When Sister Nian breaks through this tribulation, you must be the main protector. The enemies who want Sister Nian to die will not let her go, but they will definitely target you first. Because if they can't kill you, they can't hurt her. So, in this tribulation, you are the first one to bear the brunt. Mu Yinyan's beautiful face was calm. Then in your opinion, what is my ending? Zhou Xiaoduo sighed. He looked at Mu Yinyan and Zhou Xiaoyan's faces with rapt attention. The master and disciple were almost the same now. Dark clouds covered the sky. Bad luck filled the air. Death aura. Murderous intent. Although it wasn't as certain as before, but it was still a great ominous sign with a slim chance of survival. It would be difficult to escape with one's life. However, what made Zhou Xiaoduo even more puzzled was Zhou Xiaoyan's physiognomy. After an aura of death, could it be that things will move in the opposite direction when they reach an extreme? This situation was like after the sky was full of dark clouds. There was not only a clear sky, but also 10 suns in the sky. Zhou Xiaoduo could be sure that after Zhou Xiaoyan passed this tribulation, she would have a bright future. However, this was different from the sky full of dark clouds. The dark clouds would disperse sooner or later, but she might not be able to pass the tribulation. If she couldn't pass the tribulation, Zhou Xiaoyan would still die. However, now that he could see the purple aura, Zhou Xiaoduo was already very satisfied, because there was no such thing before. In other words, the previous Zhou Xiaoyan had no future. Now, although the tribulation was still there, the future was promising. I've already seen your ending. On the day of Sister Nian's breakthrough, you fought to the death in order to protect Sister Nian. Zhou Xiaoduo sighed. Mu Yinyan's expression did not change, but her eyes flickered. What about your sister? Because she was disturbed during the breakthrough, she died of qi deviation. Zhou Xiaoduo's cheeks twitched, and he said, now, there are 51 days before the breakthrough time I foresee. Well, today is over, there are 50 days left. Mu Yinyan sat calmly and asked softly, I have 2 questions now. I need you to answer them directly. Please ask. The result you foresee, is it fate or luck? Mu Yinyan asked. If it is fate, is there a way to change fate? If it is luck, is there a way to reverse the universe? Zhou Xiaoduo was silent for a long time and said, it is fate and luck. What do you mean? Sister Nian's tribulation is not destined to be a death tribulation. In other words, if she can break through the tribulation, she will be able to rise to the top. That is to say, one who survives a great disaster is bound to have good fortune in the future. Duo said softly. Since it is a tribulation, there are two possibilities. One is to pass and the other is not to pass. Naturally, there is no such thing as fate. But for now, it is very difficult to change, isn't it? Mu Yinyan asked. Duo said in distress. I have thought of using variables to affect this tribulation. That is, I told Sister Nyin that she would be in danger when she broke through. She believed me and communicated with you about this. But now, I unexpectedly found that the breakthrough day after 50 days has become the moment of eternal death, and there is no way to change it. I am puzzled about this. Why can't the breakthrough date be changed? Isn't it normal to advance or postpone it? Mu Yinyan was stunned when she heard this. Mu Yinyan had not considered this problem at all. Although she knew the time of Zhou Xiaoyan's breakthrough, she had already considered the possibility of advancing or postponing it. In fact, she had thought of changing the time of Zhou Xiaoyan's breakthrough again, and using the time to affect the tribulation. At this moment, when she heard Zhou Duo suddenly ask this question, she was stunned and murmured, "The breakthrough date can't be changed? Who said it can't be changed? How can it become the moment of eternal death?" Only Zhou Xiaoyan's delicate body shook violently, and her bright eyes flickered. Mu Yinyan immediately found that something was wrong. She turned her head and asked, "Nyener?" Zhou Xiaoyan gritted her teeth and said, "About this. I went to see Headmaster He the other day and heard her talk about it. I am destined to break through, and once I break through, it will involve the Phoenix Vein of Phoenix City. It is said that it is related to the soul of the Phoenix Vein. Is this the reason why it can't be changed?" In the afternoon, the leader will update. Also, brothers and sisters who have received the divine light, please join the group 1090 number 866 at 686. Why don't you join the group after receiving the divine light? Do you want me to give it to you? Chapter 151. Zhou Xiaoyan recalled. So, the breakthrough will happen on the day of the Phoenix Pulse? The old principal once said, even if I accumulate more power beyond the inner core realm, it will be difficult for me to break through the bottleneck. Because no matter how much power I accumulate, it will never surpass the accumulation of the Phoenix bloodline over the past 40,000 years. So, I'm afraid the breakthrough date can't be changed. Mu Yinyan finally couldn't maintain the indifference on her face. She said in surprise, "Is there such a thing?" "Yes, it's the Qi Pulse." The old principal He Yuanyue said that the day of my breakthrough is the day of the Phoenix Pulse. At the same time, it's also the moment of eternal death that Xiao Duo mentioned just now, Zhou Xiaoyan said. Then why didn't you say so earlier? I just found out a few days ago, and there have been too many things happening these few days. Zhou Xiaoyan knew that she was in the wrong. She lowered her head and didn't dare to say anything more. If that's the case, things will turn for the better. Zhou Xiaoduo's expression suddenly brightened. He was even in high spirits. I think I really understand. Originally, I only judged the situation based on the divination and foresight. I didn't think too much. After the old principal's guidance, I more or less understood the aura viewing technique. However, I didn't use it on Sister Nyin, nor did I connect it with the mountains and rivers. Not bad, not bad. No wonder I've been watching Sister Nyin's fate. It seems to be closely related to this city. So there's this layer of origin. Now that I think about it, everything makes sense. My big sister Nyin Yin is one of the top few geniuses in the entire Yinwu Empire, yet she has never taken a single step out of Phoenix City. Indeed, there's another reason for her to stay. Zhou Xiaoduo was exultant. Now that I understand the root cause, I'm suddenly enlightened. It's the power of the Phoenix bloodline that has been faintly restraining you and restricting you. After Zhou Xiaoduo said this, Zhou Xiaoyan and Mu Yinyan also understood at once. For so many years, there have been so many super sects and hermit sects who want to take Zhou Xiaoyan away. However, Zhou Xiaoyan has always been reluctant. How persistent can a little girl be? Wouldn't he just pick her up and leave? When they arrived at the sect, they would at most cry for a few days. In the end, wouldn't they have to accept it even if they didn't want to? How difficult could it be? But things weren't that simple. One sect had come, but before he could convince Zhou Xiaoyan, another even more powerful sect had come. The first one couldn't compete with the second one, so he retreated. After that, he continued to work hard, and then he encountered a different sect. The same thing happened again and again, and the cycle repeated itself. When Mu Yinyan arrived, with the powerful strength of the Kunlun Taoism, he Yuanyue's face, and the price left by Mu Yinyan, they were able to accept Zhou Xiaoyan as a disciple. Others only thought that it was natural for everyone to compete for a genius, but in fact, the twists and turns of this matter made Mu Yinyan feel incredible when she thought about it now. Now, after listening to Zhou Xiaoyan's description of the restriction of the phoenix vein, Mu Yinyan immediately solved the doubts in her heart. But then she became more worried. She said, since Nian Er's death involves the phoenix vein soul, and the moment of eternal death can't be changed, then the danger of Nian Er's death will be many times greater. No, I have to talk to Headmaster He and see if there is still room for negotiation. Zhou Xiaoduo's mood at this moment became relaxed. He said in a deep voice, now that we have a direction and the root of the problem, it will be much easier to do later. I'm afraid that there is no way to deal with it. What I see is fate, while the phoenix vein is luck. In other words, what I see is fate and luck, while the phoenix vein is luck and fate itself. It has accumulated the general trend of fate for 40,000 years. In front of Zhou Xiaoduo, a road suddenly appeared. Finally, he connected everything together. For a moment, he was in an unprecedentedly good mood. Originally, he only saw the result. Now, after gathering all the information of Zhou Xiaoyan, Mu Yinyan, He Yuanyue, and Zhou Xiaoduo, he finally saw the tip of the iceberg of the truth. But this tip was enough for Zhou Xiaoduo, because the direction to solve the problem was finally found. No, I have to see Headmaster He as soon as possible. A trace of anxiety flashed across Mu Yinyan's beautiful face, and a trace of determination. Before this, she had never thought that the breakthrough of the origin core realm would have such a big impact. Now that she suddenly knew, she really couldn't sit still for a moment. Headmaster He asked me to meet him at the Phoenix Pavilion tonight. He also asked me to bring Xiaoduo. Why don't we go together and discuss what to do? I think Headmaster He should also have a headache about this. Okay, Mu Yinyan agreed. At this moment, outside the window, there was a sudden clap of thunder in the sky. The heavy rain fell with a crash. Zhou Xiaoyan looked at the time. It was 9:50 p.m., 2.5 hours left. A heavy downpour hit the Phoenix Pavilion. This heavy rain was very heavy. The good drainage system of the city couldn't drain the water in time, causing the water to be tens of centimeters high on the street. This rain was as if the heavens were pouring water down directly. At midnight, the rain stopped and the clouds dispersed. The three of them set off on time and directly flew out of the window. At a glance, they saw a cushion made of an unknown material drifting like a small boat in the turbulent water on the street. On the cushion was a kitten. Riding on the cushion, its two ears flapped and turned back and forth uneasily on the cushion. It looked up to the sky and shouted, "Meow." The water was rumbling, carrying the cushion downstream. Zhou Xiaoyan's heart moved. With a wave of her hand, the kitten had already come down from the cushion and was sent to a safe area on the side of the road. Although the kitten was safe, it shook its head with a confused look on its face. Why did it suddenly fly on the clouds just now? Phoenix Pavilion turned back. The trees and the mountains that blocked the view had been cleared by Sister Lawn, and the view was unprecedentedly open. A big stone, like the head of a phoenix, stood tall. And at the top of the big stone, there was a wheelchair. He Yuanyue's white hair was fluttering in the wind. With an indifferent expression, she stared at the thousands of lights in the city. In the sky, large patches of dark clouds were rapidly dispersing, and the stars were showing little by little. After a while, a bright full moon appeared in the sky. The moon was full and bright, and it shone everywhere. In the eyes of Zhou Xiaoyan and others, who came from afar, He Yuanyue's skinny figure seemed to be embedded in the full moon and integrated with the full moon. Hanging high in the sky, she quietly looked at the earth, looked at the mountains, and looked at the mortal world. This transcendent atmosphere made Mu Yinyan and Zhou Xiaoyan instinctively stop and look at the old woman who seemed to be integrated with the full moon with awe. It was this kind of character, this kind of loftiness, The real heart of the world, the real heart of all living things, the real boundless love and the blessing of all living things. Even Mu Yinyan, who was obviously much older than He Yuanyue, couldn't help but feel a sense of reverence from the bottom of her heart when she saw this scene at the moment. The full moon hung high in the sky. The moon was bright and the stars were sparse. In the sky, it was blue. There wasn't even a trace of cloud. Come up. He Yuanyue was beckoning. Mu Yinyan took Zhuo Xiaoyan and Zhuo Xiaoduo and flew through the air. Her sleeves fluttered in the wind like a fairy. She slowly landed beside He Yuanyue. He Yuanyue's skinny face suddenly bloomed with a smile. The night of the full moon, the peak of Phoenix return. The dragon sword and the phoenix danced. Not bad at all. I really didn't expect to complete two things at once today. It's really the will of the heavens. Sister Lan, dressed in black, stood beside her as usual, quietly gazing down the mountain. At this moment, it was already midnight, and all the lights in Phoenix City had been extinguished, but she understood the meaning behind He Yuanyue's words. Being able to see Zhuo Xiaoduo was naturally the main theme of the night, and seeing Mu Yinyan at the same time was an additional surprise. After all, these two people came together in such a delicate atmosphere. It was really rare, so naturally it was a surprise. Just when He Yuanyue, Zhuo Xiaoduo, and Mu Yinyan met, He Yuanyue suddenly frowned slightly, raised her head slightly, and looked at the southern sky. At the top of the southern sky, there seemed to be 3 stars in the shape of a triangle that lit up slightly. Is it an illusion? When He Yuanyue looked again, she couldn't see anything. The 3 people all saw He Yuanyue's abnormal behavior at the moment and naturally wondered, and they all looked back. Mu Yinyan and Zhuo Xiaoyan didn't see anything. Only the jade pendant that Zhuo Xiaoduo had integrated into his body, at this moment, slightly heated up and flickered, but this change was enough for Zhuo Xiaoduo to feel. That was an inexplicable aura, falling from the heavens and gathering here. He Yuanyue continued to survey the entire Phoenix City in a trance. Even though it was the middle of the night and there weren't many lights left, the bright moonlight allowed her to see far away with a single glance. Under the hazy moonlight, clear splendor spread over thousands of miles, spreading over the world. Come and see. He Yuanyue smiled, stretched out her right hand, and pointed to the south. Tonight is the 15th of June. After a heavy rain, all the dust has been washed away. The blue sky is clean, heaven and earth meet, and yin and yang feel. Tonight, at this moment, is the time for the dragon to rise. After the heavy rain, if there is a dragon vein, there will be a green dragon rising, riding the wind to the 9 heavens. I came here tonight to take advantage of the heavens to see the rise and fall of the green dragon, moving among the clouds. He Yuanyue smiled. My original intention of calling Xiaoduo here was to guide him in the aspect of the aura examination technique, and to deepen his understanding. I didn't expect Teacher Mu to come with me. This can be considered a coincidence. Rise of the Green Dragon? That's right, He Yuanyue said. As the saying goes, Lone Yin does not grow, Lone Yang does not grow. Where there is a phoenix vein, there will be a dragon vein. It's just that the dragon vein in Phoenix City is too well hidden, and I can't do anything about it. But tonight, I'm at the time when the green dragon rises to the heavens. Even if there are people who want to hide it, there will always be clues. Where does this dragon rise to the heavens? Where does it come from, and where does it end? Does this Phoenix City have a dragon vein? Chapter 152. Mu Yinyan pondered and asked slowly, what if there are still no signs, or there is no dragon vein in Phoenix City at all? He Yuanyue's eyes were deep. If there is no dragon vein, then we will lose this battle. The Phoenix Pulse Spirit is also a dead end. Then take your spiritual sense with you, and run away immediately. Even if the whole Phoenix City turns into ashes, you are not allowed to come back. Little Nian, if you really do this, you will not be able to return to Phoenix City for the rest of your life. Why is that? Zhuo Xiaoyan asked. If the dragon vein does not exist, or if it has been used by the enemy, Phoenix City will be your death ground. Especially after the Phoenix Pulse Spirit, This will be your death ground. No matter when you appear in Phoenix City, you will die immediately. Mu Yinyan, Zhou Xiaoyan, and Zhou Xiaoduo's faces suddenly changed and became very ugly. Zhou Xiaoyan said firmly, "Even if there is no dragon vein, I will not leave. I swear to live and die with my family." He Yuanyue's eyes flashed, and she glanced at Mu Yinyan imperceptibly. Mu Yinyan nodded slightly. The rain has just fallen, and the sky is clear. In terms of timing, the Azure Dragon is still in the breeding stage, and there is still some time before it rises. He Yuanyue waved. Zhou Xiaoduo, come here. Zhou Xiaoduo stood beside Mu Yinyan's wheelchair, blocking the cold wind for her with his body. Don't stand there, and don't block my wind. He Yuanyue frowned and said, stand here, facing the wind, and look carefully. Look? Look at what? Look at the thousands of miles of mountains and rivers in front of you. At this moment, the position you are standing at is the highest point. Use your eyes and your heart to look. He Yuanyue said softly, use the position you are standing at as your eyes and look down. The panoramic view of Phoenix City is in front of you. I want to know, from your point of view, what can you see? Zhou Xiaoduo was at a loss, but he followed her words. Zhou Xiaoyan and Mu Yinyan could not help but look in the same direction, but they felt that they could not see anything strange. Zhou Xiaoduo did not dare to neglect. He took a deep breath and slowly closed his eyes. After a while, he quietly opened his eyes and looked forward. He unconsciously gathered power in his eyes, and everything in the world seemed to be clearer and brighter in his eyes at this moment. After the heavy rain, the mountain was full of the sound of snakes and rats and other animals crawling. Apart from that, the world was completely silent. Even the meteor shower, the rain, the rain, the rain, the rain, the rain, the rain, the rain. As the rainwater seeped into the ground, the scorching heat of the ground evaporated, and endless amounts of water vapor slowly rose from the ground. Looking from afar, it looked like plumes of smoke that shot straight into the sky. It was the same everywhere in an area of a few thousand kilometers, and the scene was magnificent to the extreme. Zhou Xiaoduo came to a realization. This should be the time He Yuanyue mentioned. He Yuanyue's voice, with a strange melody, slowly sounded in his ears. The cycle of heaven has a beginning and an end. Water rises and falls. The more water vapor that falls to the ground, the more rain that returns to the sky. Xiaoduo, what do you see? Zhou Xiaoduo focused and looked forward seriously. His expression was unprecedentedly serious. I see. Everywhere, there is mist rising. The mountain below, the mountains to the left and right, are all rapidly rising. Over at Phoenix City, it is also rising. Yes, is there anything else? Just like the celestial mountains, the mist is constantly growing. Nothing is left out. There were two places where no water vapor rose from the beginning to the end. What's going on? There are two places? He Yuanyue opened her eyes in surprise. Two? Yes, two. Those two places are very far away from here. But from here, it seems to be the center of Phoenix City. It is the most prosperous area. Zhou Xiaoduo was surprised. In the most prosperous area, the roadside buildings were almost all hardened. In such weather, it should be hotter, and there should be more water vapor. How could there be no water vapor rising? How far do you see these two places? He Yuanyue closed her eyes and asked softly. She did not have any cultivation. What Zhou Xiaoduo could see, she could not. Zhou Xiaoduo heard her and closed his eyes. He used his mind's eye to measure and observe. The distance is about half a foot, Zhou Xiaoduo said uncertainly. From the distance of half a foot in your eyes to the actual terrain. Two places. Two places. He Yuanyue suddenly thought of something, and her spirit suddenly became excited. This sudden excitement made her spirit all of a sudden, and even her old face suddenly became flushed. Sister Lan, here. Xiaoduo, keep watching. Don't stop. Sister Lan, take little duo and fly over from a high altitude. You have to be fast, and remember to conceal yourself at the same time. See what these two places are. Go to the sky above the center of Phoenix City as fast as you can. Make sure Zhou Xiaoduo's eyes are locked on those two special places. Then come back as fast as you can. Be careful not to expose yourself. Be sure to see clearly. Okay. Zhuo Duo maintained his mind's eye state and did not move. Sister Lan grabbed his belt with one hand, and her body quietly floated as she floated away. Old principal, what are you doing? Mu Yinyan asked, puzzled. He Yuanyue gently raised her hand and stopped her from asking. There was a cold light in her eyes. Don't be impatient. Wait for them to come back. She breathed a sigh of relief and said, this matter may become the key to reversing our disadvantage. Mu Yinyan didn't understand what she was talking about at this time. She only felt confused and mysterious. He Yuanyue murmured, this is really a coincidence. How did I not think that Zhuo Duo would be able to see more than me and be able to distinguish where there is no water vapor? This is really the mercy of the heavens. Sigh, I should have thought of this earlier. The physique of a martial artist is not something an old man like me can compare to. Then she sighed again and said, but even if I thought of it, there are not so many people I can trust. Phew. She took a long breath and didn't speak anymore. She just looked at the distant sky with longing in her eyes. Sister Lan moved very fast. After a while, she flew back with Zhuo Duo. This time, Zhuo Duo was directly in the vacuum air cover. He wasn't even blown by the wind. It was close to being unaffected. It was naturally easy for her to lock onto the target. Did you see it? Can you confirm it? I saw it. I've confirmed the location. These two places, where are they? He Yuanyue's breathing was a little heavy at this moment, and she asked anxiously, one is the headquarters of Meng's group. Zhuo Duo said, the other is the ancestral grave of the Ning family. Meng's group? Ning family's ancestral grave? He Yuanyue was stunned when she heard these two places. Suddenly, there was even a feeling of suffocation. Then, He Yuanyue suddenly coughed violently. She coughed so hard that she almost coughed out her heart, lungs, and intestines. Her face was red and faintly purple, but her eyes showed a kind of angry and frightening brilliance. Sister Lan and Mu Yinyan, the two masters, worked together to calm He Yuanyue down, but they couldn't calm her down for a long time. 40,000 years of accumulation, painstaking efforts, millions of people's lives, the fate of the entire continent. The survival of the Astral Souls Umno Alliance is a matter of life and death. Because of selfishness, it's in danger. He Yuanyue let out a shrill cry and cursed angrily. Shameless. He was insane. Shameless. He was insane. Shameless. You're insane. She gasped for breath. Her face flushed red, her eyes bloodshot, and her body trembled in anger. I thought that my decades of hard work were going against the heavens, but in the end, it was all in vain. But I never thought that I would be stabbed in the back by those who thought they were on my side. I see. He Yuanyue looked up to the sky and shouted, "Damn it!" Mu Yinyan and the others didn't understand what He Yuanyue was angry about, and they were all confused. Even Zhuo Duo was full of doubts at this moment, and it was difficult to understand. After a long, long time, He Yuanyue's breathing finally calmed down, but she first let out a long sigh. Her entire person looked a little older. She didn't have much energy left, and she seemed to have lost most of it. What happened just now? Mu Yinyan asked. He Yuanyue ignored her and raised her head tremblingly. Xiao Duo, come. You still stand in the same position as before. Look at the Phoenix turned-back mountain under your feet, the mountains on your left and right, and the Phoenix City and even further away. Look at it with your heart and see what it looks like. Zhuo Duo looked at it seriously and quickly outlined a relatively complete image in his mind. As this image was outlined, Zhuo Duo was shocked by his own visualization and said with some uncertainty, this, if viewed as a whole, it looks like a big bird. Yes, a big bird. He Yuanyue said with relief, remember, the mountain under our feet is called the Phoenix Turned-Back Mountain, and the stone we are standing on now is a complete big stone, weighing tens of millions of tons. I call it the Phoenix Head. Sister Lan, please take Xiao Duo to the sky again to see the whole picture. Okay. After a while, Zhuo Duo looked thoughtful after seeing what he saw. He Yuanyue asked expectantly, "What did you see this time?" "I saw a big bird," Zhuo said honestly. "I don't know if it's because of the factor of preconceived notions, especially when looking at it from the sky. The impression is more vivid." "Anything else?" He Yuanyue asked, looking for monthly votes, subscription, and recommendation tickets. He was too tired to type, so he went to rest. Chapter 153. Also, Zhuo was a little uncertain, but he still told her the ridiculous idea in his heart. The big bird I saw spread its wings and was about to fly. The mountains on both sides were like flapping wings. He Yuanyue said seriously, "Then tell me, can this big bird fly?" Zhuo said honestly, "It can't fly." "Why?" "The entire Phoenix City is the body of this big bird. It's close to the ground. Based on the momentum of the big bird, it can't be moved at all. Combine it with your previous discovery. It's the water vapor that soars into the sky." He Yuanyue guided him patiently. "I've already thought of this, but even if the water vapor is added to the big bird's momentum, it's still not complete. Is it because of those 2 points?" This time, Zhuo thought for a long time and said, "I'm not sure, but it does look like." He Yuanyue exhaled twice and said, "If that's the case, let me put it in another way. This big bird wanted to spread its wings and soar into the sky. Its wings were ready to soar into the sky. Its tail was also ready to soar into the sky. However, it seemed that someone on the ground had used 2 hands to firmly hold the 2 legs of the big bird. This big bird was firmly fixed to the ground. So, this big bird, no matter how hard it struggled, it couldn't fly?" He Yuanyue had made it very clear. Zhuo's eyes flashed with understanding. "That's right. It does feel that way. When the water vapor soared into the sky, the big bird had a chance to fly, but think about it again. The 2 places you went just now, don't they look like the place where the big bird's feet were caught?" He Yuanyue's voice was getting more and more urgent. "From a geographical point of view, it should be those 2 places, but I can't be sure." Zhuo finally nodded. He Yuanyue let out a long sigh of relief. "So the root cause of the decline of the Phoenix Pulse spirit is actually here." He Yuanyue closed her eyes and breathed tiredly. "I've been wondering for decades, how could the big bird not fly with the accumulation of 43,000 years of earth veins?" I see. He Yuanyue muttered to herself. She was filled with disappointment and sadness as she muttered to herself, "The human heart is so terrifying. I'd rather imprison and kill the phoenix, just to drink a mouthful of insignificant phoenix blood. I'd rather not let the phoenix soar into the sky and soar through the 9 heavens." He Yuanyue smiled miserably and said softly, "The phoenix soars and cries, the 9 heavens congratulates. The true dragon echoes, the dragon and the phoenix bring prosperity. The mountains and rivers of the universe, the seas and the rivers are clear. This is supposed to be an ancient trend that follows the will of the heavens and the people. Yet now, the phoenix wails yet doesn't rise, the dragon hides yet is unable to emerge, and all of this is actually caused by the selfish desires of man." He Yuanyue's eyes were filled with boundless hatred as she looked ahead. Thinking of the 2 places she couldn't see, she felt as if she was weeping blood. Such a person should be an animal for all eternity, and his entire family should be exterminated. He would be a beast for all eternity, and his 9 generations would be exterminated. Mu Yinyin was terrified. To be able to make He Yuanyue, who was like a Buddha, utter such a heavy curse, it seemed that this matter was serious to a certain extent. "Old principal, what's going on? Can you explain it to us?" Mu Yinyin asked cautiously. "Teacher Mu, please wait a moment. After I finish watching tonight's weather, I'll explain it to you in detail." He Yuanyue's eyes almost didn't blink as she looked at the dark Phoenix City under her feet. The entire city boundary. Her eyes were filled with eagerness and expectation. Time passed by little. The full moon had already deviated from the overhead, and He Yuanyue's expression became more and more anxious. "Why hasn't it come out yet? Where's the azure dragon? Are you going to watch your partner endure imprisonment and die in humiliation? Where's the dragon? Time went back a few hours. In the pouring rain, Qin Fangyang swept through the forest. His sword light was like lightning, appearing and disappearing unpredictably. This forest had completely turned into a battlefield. Today, I've really seen the power of money. The power of money. It's not empty words. Qin Fangyang didn't know how many times he had sighed in his heart. He originally thought that things wouldn't be that difficult to deal with. How much power could a local tycoon mobilize? With his tyrannical strength at the nascent soul level, few people in the entire Phoenix City could do anything to him. But the reality was obviously beyond his expectations. The local tycoon, Shun Yushu, had mobilized an extraordinarily strong force. Ever since he sent Xiaoduo home, Qin Fangyang had been constantly attacked. Just when he was having a meal in a small restaurant, he was attacked 3 times. Poison, sneak attack, strong attack. The 3 consecutive attacks made Qin Fangyang feel even more incredulous. After that, as Qin Fangyang left the city, the attacks continued. When Qin Fangyang climbed up the Phoenix Tail Mountain, the number of people under his sword had already exceeded 100. And as the number of people who died under his sword increased, the combat power of the people dispatched by the other party also increased. After a night of fierce fighting, 7 or 8 experts at the peak of the Origin Core Realm had already died under Qin Fangyang's sword. Peak of the Origin Core Realm, martial arts master. Each of them was no weaker than Zhou Xiaoyan, but they had all died in this battle. Qin Fangyang was surprised. He grabbed a few of them and interrogated them. Kill Qin Fangyang. In the dark channels of Phoenix City, a new reward for killing Qin Fangyang instantly caused a huge commotion. 1 billion Astral Souls coins, 10 Astral Souls flame pills, 10,000 pieces of high-grade Astral Souls jade, an ancient book that can allow one to cultivate to the cloud transformation realm, and the reward for Qin Fangyang's head. 1 person kills, 1 person gets the reward. The reward will be split equally if more people kill him. If you die in the mission, regardless of whether you succeed in the end, you will get another 100,000 as a settlement fee. Such a huge reward, not only in Phoenix City, but even in the Central Plains. This was the first of its kind. Money moved people's hearts. Such a huge reward could be said to be shocking. This explosive news caused the underground world of Phoenix City to go crazy overnight. As a result, many well-known experts came in disguise, hoping to get a piece of the pie. Looking at the time, it was close to 7 o'clock in the evening. At that time, he had just sent Xiaoduo home and killed a few experts who had ambushed him also. Through the roadside surveillance camera, he had spoken before. It seemed that it was at that time that Shin Yushu finally decided to issue the reward. After a series of killings, Qin Fangyang finally felt that he was indeed ignorant and inexperienced. At the very least, he was outdated. Who would have thought of this during the fierce battle at the Sun Moon Pass? Some rich people in some places can throw away so much wealth just for their own personal grudges, driving these experts who are already considered to be accomplished cultivators to rush to their deaths. Money, is it so good? The power of money, is it so captivating and unafraid of death? Better than the perseverance of the heart? Better than the righteousness of the country? Better than the responsibility of a martial artist? Better than the principles of injustice? The more Qin Fangyang killed, the angrier he got. In the end, he did not hold back and started to kill. Since you all have the ability to go to the front line and use it here as the lackeys of the rich, then I can't say anything. Whoever comes, I will kill. Even if you're alive, you're still someone else's dog. Why can't I kill you? Come on. Endless noble spirit. Endless heartless people to kill. Qin Fangyang was on Phoenix Tail Mountain, holding his sword to his chest and laughing to the sky. Watch me kill my way out in broad daylight. Ha 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 ha. The torrential rain was like a waterfall. Qin Fangyang had completely turned into a killing god. He no longer walked in the light, but hid in the darkness. Assassination? Don't I, Qin Fangyang, know how to do it? Don't I, the 5 swordsmen, count as a powerful dragon? How long could a few local tyrants of Phoenix City act so arrogantly? Qin Fangyang was on this Phoenix Tail Mountain, moving back and forth, killing here and there. With his tyrannical cultivation, at least in this area, except for a few people, he was an invincible existence. The rain continued to fall, and people kept dying. The rainwater flowing at the bottom of Phoenix Tail Mountain turned into a light pink because of the death of too many people. Even Qin Fangyang had forgotten how many people had died in his hands. The power of money could drive people crazy. From dusk to the arrival of the storm, from the downpour to the end of the storm, Qin Fangyang didn't stop at all. I will give you a chance to take revenge. I will also give you a chance to vent your anger. If you can't seize this opportunity, don't blame me for being merciless. In the end, although there were still people at the bottom of the mountain, few people dared to rush up. Qin Fangyang is just a teacher in the second high school. He only taught the martial arts class. Why is he so difficult to deal with? Nascent soul cultivation? How can a teacher of the second high school's martial arts class be at the nascent soul cultivation? Impossible. This information, this understanding, had been questioned and puzzled by many people, but it was difficult to understand. Qin Fangyang is already an arrow at the end of its flight. As long as we rush up, we can kill him. This kind of words had been said countless times. In any case, nearly 400 people had charged forward because of this sentence, and not a single one of them had survived. At this moment, hearing this sentence again, no one dared to go up. This Qin Fangyang must be good at assassination. In other words, in this mountain forest, it is no different from his home ground. Going up is suicide. Otherwise, it can't explain why so many people were killed by him. This kind of talk was getting more and more. We have to find a way to force him out. Otherwise, we can't do anything and can only sigh. Everyone was thinking of a way. As the mastermind, Shin Yushu was also thinking of a way. He had overestimated Qin Fangyang as much as possible, so he put out such a high reward. In fact, this reward was really put out by him in a moment of impulse. He almost regretted it the moment he put it out. The price was too high, but he never thought that under such a reward, under the tide-like serial assassinations, Qin Fangyang would be safe and sound. Not only was he safe and sound, but so many experts died. It was almost like they were rushing to their deaths. Chapter 154. After a night of killing, Shin Yushu would have to pay close to 200 million just to settle down. However, Qin Fangyang's words made Shin Yushu even more furious and fearful. I heard that CEO Shun's hands are stained with blood, but I don't know if you have more or I have more. It was this sentence that made Shin Yushu even more fearful. If I don't kill Qin Fangyang, I won't be able to sleep well in the future. He could feel Qin Fangyang's killing intent towards him, and it was not that he did not regret it. As his son's teacher, Qin Fangyang was originally from the same side, and could be said to be a natural ally, especially when Qin Fangyang specially reminded him for his son's safety, and even took extreme measures without regard for his status. He only hoped that his son would not go out to train, and it could be said that he was already extremely benevolent. Not to mention the disclaimer. He had stubbornly allowed his son to go out, and this matter could not be blamed on Qin Fangyang. This point, Shin Yushu was clear in his heart. If he could handle this matter rationally, Qin Fangyang would not be held responsible, but the guilt in Qin Fangyang's heart would still exist, and the two of them would have a high chance of becoming friends through this matter. To be able to have such a capable person as Qin Fangyang as a friend was already a blessing. However, he could not take this lying down, and his only thought was, "My son is dead, and you guys are safe and sound. Then I will mess with you. What I have is money. See if I don't mess with you to death. I only need to throw money, and I can also smash you to death." It was this kind of arrogance that allowed him to command the wind and rain in Phoenix City for so many years, and the pain and madness of his own son's tragic death that made Shin Yushu take this step. And now, there was no turning back. The rain has stopped. Stopped? It's good that it has stopped. Shin Yushu jumped up. Burn. Burn the mountain. Force him out. CEO Shun, against such an expert. I'm afraid burning the mountain is not very useful. Yes, he is flying. Fire is useless. He has been fighting for 6 hours. Have you seen flying? Is he made of iron? Shin Yushu said indifferently if he could leave, wouldn't he have left long ago? Since he is still here, it's not that he doesn't want to leave, but that he can't. Who would be so stupid to face 10,000 experts and not retreat? So stubborn? The others thought about it. This makes sense. As a result, thousands of large carts filled the foot of Phoenix Tail Mountain with fuel. An order was given. Flames soared into the sky. Qin Fengyang, even if you can fly, I will still burn you to ashes. Chen Yushu looked at the raging inferno that stretched for several hundred li. His heart filled with indescribable joy. We've been fighting for 8 hours. Are you, Qin Fengyang, made of iron? Even if I'm tired, I'll exhaust you to death. Shin Yushu muttered to himself, Die. Qin Fengyang, die. The fire soared to the sky. When the fire started burning, the people at the foot of the mountain were shocked to see Qin Fengyang's figure appear on a protruding cliff of Phoenix Tail Mountain. Beneath Qin Fengyang's feet was a towering inferno. It was as if he was floating amidst the flames. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Qin Fengyang let out a deafening roar. Shun Yushu, I will give you another chance tomorrow. In the light of the fire, the sword aura soared and turned into a long, cylindrical dragon. It was bright and dazzling as it soared into the sky. In the cloudless sky after the rain, it soared and danced. Then, it turned into a meteor-like ray of light, streaking across the sky and leaving calmly. Just like a comet, it pulled a long tail and disappeared into a place that was difficult to see. Shin Yushu's face turned pale. At this time, a few people rushed up with dark faces. Mr. Shun, the information you gave said that Qin Fengyang is at most at the peak of the inner core realm? Even if he hid his strength, he should have just broken through to the nascent soul realm. Is the early stage of the nascent soul realm his limit? But how do you explain the situation now? Flying thousands of feet in the sky and flying on the sword. This is clearly the cultivation of the peak of the nascent soul realm. Mr. Shun, to assassinate such a peerless master of martial arts, the minimum requirement is that the information is accurate, right? Shin Yushu, you are simply cheating people. Facing the tide of accusations, Shin Yushu's eyes stared blankly and his face turned pale. Qin Fengyang had been in second high for so many years, but he had never really shown his strength. The information that was registered in second high was also very vague. Moreover, Qin Fengyang had always been teaching the martial arts class. As for teaching the martial arts class, embryonic breathing realm cultivation was enough. Even innate realm cultivation was enough. Shin Yushu had already estimated Qin Fengyang's cultivation based on the highest estimate. There was a 30% chance that he was at the inner core realm. The worst estimate was that he had just broken through to the nascent soul realm. There was a 70% chance that he was at the inner core realm, master realm cultivation. This was not only Shin Yushu's guess, but also what most people knew about Qin Fengyang. This included many teachers in second high who thought so. There were only a few people who knew Qin Fengyang's true strength. As for the attack on the Long Street that involved the Umno Alliance, they had already sealed their mouths. Now that Qin Fengyang had displayed such strength, Shin Yushu and the people who participated in the encirclement felt a chill in their hearts. A basin of ice water poured down on their heads. The fire on the mountain was still burning fiercely. With so much fuel, it was enough to burn Feng Wei Mountain to ashes. After a long, long time, Chen Yushu finally gritted his teeth. Tomorrow, the reward will be doubled. Everyone who had come because of the bounty had an ugly expression on their faces. Fuck you. Even if it's increased by 10 times, I won't go. Money is good, but it's only useful if you're alive to enjoy it. Fighting with someone at the peak of the nascent soul realm, half a step to the cloud transformation realm, is seeking death. Luckily, I didn't rush up stupidly. Otherwise, this day next year would be my death anniversary. Me too. It's so fucking dangerous. This Shun Yushu really tricked people to death. The scene of Qin Fengyang flying on his sword at the end made me feel cold all over. I'm infinitely glad. This fucking. It's like taking a stroll with your head tied to your belt. Luckily, we came late, otherwise. In one night, almost 2,000 people died. 2,000 martial arts practitioners who were at least at the peak of the innate realm, and more than half of the embryonic breathing realm and inner core realm, all died in the hands of one person. They only found out that he was at the peak of the nascent soul realm, half a step to the cloud transformation realm. Will those who die with regret? Is this Shin Yushu retarded? His son's teacher is such a peerless grandmaster. Not only did he not suck up to him, he actually made their relationship to this extent. He wants to use a 1 billion bounty to kill someone at the peak of the nascent soul realm? Is there something wrong with his brain? Let's go home and sleep. That glimpse just now scared me so much that my legs turned to jelly. For 100,000 yuan, he risked his life with a peak of the nascent soul realm expert. Fuck, is 100,000 yuan enough to fucking kill Shin Yushu? Alright, let's not talk about it. It's already a great fortune that we didn't die. Let's go. Tomorrow's drinks, my treat. Don't fight with me. I, a inner core realm expert, actually didn't die from chasing a cloud transformation realm expert. My luck is indescribable. It must be my treat. Let's celebrate properly. Don't say that. Normally, embryonic breathing realm experts can also fly. However, the height Qin Fangyang flew to in one breath was more than 10,000 feet. The distance he flew directly on his sword. Damn, I don't think there's any problem for him to fly a few thousand miles around the 4 major cities in one breath. It scared me to death. Isn't that so? All the assassins who were chasing after Qin Fangyang were all discouraged. They left while discussing. No one was interested in the reward anymore. Looking at these people leaving one by one, Shin Yushu's whole body turned cold. Even his eyes began to show despair. The only thing he relied on was his own money. Now that money had lost its attraction, Shin Yushu could no longer think of any other way to deal with Qin Fangyang. He stood there blankly for a while, but said viciously, "Help me make an appointment with Chairman Ming tomorrow morning." The phoenix turned back. On the mountain, Yuanyue was anxiously looking at the southern sky. She was waiting for the moment when heaven and earth converged and the dragon soared after the rain. Her gaze was so ardent and expectant. However, there was no movement in the distance. The full moon slowly deviated from the top of her head. Yuanyue looked up at the full moon above her head for a while, then at the southern sky. Seeing that the full moon was about to deviate from the center, she was burning with anxiety and muttered, "Where is the phoenix if there's no dragon? Where's the dragon? It's impossible that there's no dragon. Come out." Yuanyue called out weakly. Right at this moment, far away, a fire suddenly rose into the sky. The fire reached an uncontrollable level in an instant. The entire southern sky turned red because of it. The huge heat caused by the fire quickly turned the rain that had just fallen on the ground into steam. The steam rolled and rose slowly into the sky along with the heat wave. Not only Yuanyue, but also Zhou Xiaoduo, Mu Yinyin, Zhou Xiaoyan, and Sister Lan, who were watching on such a large scale, all saw this scene. Due to the raging fire, the heat wave formed a cloud of water vapor that filled the air, creating a peculiar sight in the air. The vapor slowly spread, expanded, and engulfed the entire Phoenix City. Right at this moment, the steam in Phoenix City seemed to be attracted and changed again. At the moment when it was about to converge with the heat wave, suddenly, it changed its course midway. An atmosphere spiraled, carrying the sweeping heat wave, and rushed into the sky. From Feng Huihui's side of the mountain peak, the scene was clearly that of a huge fire dragon. It was surrounded by endless red light. Suddenly, it drilled out of the soaring flames and soared into the sky with all the power of the flames. This fire dragon had a head and legs. Its 5 claws were awe-inspiring. Its whole body was covered in flames and golden light. It was clearly a dragon's scales. The way it shook its head and wagged its tail was as if it had suddenly broken free from endless shackles. It was mixed with tens and hundreds of millions of years of accumulation. It erupted and soared into the sky, with more than enough. The continuous body of the fire dragon seemed to be endless. Its head was already in the sky, but there seemed to be a huge body that kept drilling out from the ground. I've been exploding continuously for half a month without stopping. In 15 days, I've updated 230,000 words. I'm really tired. I'll take a rest tonight and continue to explode tomorrow. Maybe I'm still not as much as others. However, I'm at the forefront of the updates. As for those old guys who have been writing for more than 10 years, I'm probably the only one who's still updating like this. Cough. Please subscribe. Please subscribe. Please recommend me. Please come to Chidian Chinese Network and support me. Thank you. Chapter 155. Finally, the dragon's tail rose from the ground, and the fire dragon flew up and down, soaring towards the endless sky. This miraculous scene lasted for a full 2 minutes in the eyes of the crowd. The fire dragon finally disappeared into the sky. Nothing could be seen. However, the originally clear and cloudless sky suddenly surged in layers of clouds from the horizon. Suddenly, the wind in the horizon seemed to have torn a hole in the blue sky, and it blew crazily. The dark clouds in all directions were like soldiers who had heard the command of a great general. They began to gather at lightning speed towards this place. In the sky, the clouds rolled and flew, magnificent and infinite. Yuanyue's lips trembled, and tears quietly flowed from her eyes. Those were tears because of excitement. I didn't see it wrong. Since there is a phoenix vein here, of course there is a dragon vein. The phoenix vein is protected by the dragon vein. But why is it a fire dragon? Why is it not a green dragon? Yuanyue muttered to herself. However, the ecstasy in her heart was even more than that. The power of the fire dragon and its instantaneous explosive power were much greater than that of the green dragon. In the current dangerous situation, it was more appropriate to have the strongest explosive power. The phoenix of the dragonine dies, and the phoenix of the dragon yang rises. Before the sun and the moon, the city is covered with blood. I see. Fire dragon, fire. Doesn't it represent the appearance of the dragon yang? At this moment, Duo and the others were also shocked to the point that their bodies stiffened after witnessing such a miraculous scene. Their adrenaline surged as they trembled with excitement. Dragon! Mu Yinyan exclaimed. That's a fire dragon? Although Mu Yinyan was a super grandmaster at the peak of the nascent soul stage, she had never seen a dragon, a creature that only existed in legends. She absolutely did not expect that she would be able to see the manifestation of a dragon today. Although it was only a wind, water, and fire dragon, no one could deny that this was a dragon. Mu Yinyan was so shocked that she was a little carried away. It turns out that many ancient legends are not nonsense. Too many people won't believe it, but it's just that future generations, or people today who don't have the chance to see it. Just like today's scenery, if not for standing on top of the phoenix turning around and overlooking the entire land, rivers, and mountains, even in Phoenix City, it would be impossible to see. It's just that this dragon, why has it been dormant for so long and not come out? Mu Yinyan looked at the sky with some reverence. The dark clouds in all directions were gathering rapidly. In the middle, there was only the surroundings of the full moon, which had not been covered, but it was only a matter of a moment. The wind blew crazily, causing all the trees on the mountain to let out a mournful sound. They bent neatly, as if they were bowing respectfully to the king of beasts. Yuanyue smiled. She smiled with satisfaction. It's good that it has come out. It can be seen that this dragon has also suffered a lot. I'm afraid that it has been dormant all this time because it was restrained by some factors. Now, at this moment of time, the wind and clouds have gathered, and it has finally awakened. However, if it weren't for the strong force of the fire from the south that strongly impacted the dragon and phoenix veins, increasing the power of this fire dragon to a considerable extent and taking advantage of the momentum to rise to the sky, I'm afraid that it may not be able to break free. The rain bred the dragon's body, and the fire encouraged the dragon's power. It's good that it can get out of the trap. It's good that it can get out of the trap. Maybe it will be better because of this. Yuanyue's face was full of relief. Zhou Xiaoyan looked in the direction where the fire dragon disappeared and murmured, "Grandma He, I feel that the fire dragon that just came out is very strange." Yuanyue was in a good mood at the moment. She asked with a smile, "Very strange? What's so strange about it?" "I always feel that this fire dragon is a little strange, especially when it just broke free and rushed up. It was quite a kind of exaltation. No, it shouldn't be exaltation, but the feeling of a villain who has achieved success. Anyway, it's not the kind of atmosphere that is particularly decent." Zhou Xiaoyan muttered, "This dragon gives people the kind of feeling that I want to catch and beat it up. The kind of lovable feeling that it is hateful, but I can't bear to kill it." Yuanyue laughed heartily and said, "A dragon has been trapped for 10,000 years. Now that it has escaped, it's natural for it to be arrogant. It must have been hard on you, little girl, to think so much and empathize with it." Zhou Xiaoyan smiled embarrassedly. Well, just now, she was acting like a girl and couldn't help but fantasize about it. Then, he tilted his head and saw Zhou Xiaoduo staring blankly at the sky. That sluggish pug expression on his face made Zhou Xiaoduo want to trample on him. He immediately grabbed his head and rubbed it in his arms. Seeing the wonder of heaven and earth, Zhou Xiaoduo was so excited that he almost went crazy. "Damn it, your expression just now was so silly. Ha! Help! Help!" Zhou Xiaoduo's voice changed. Everyone laughed. Yuanyue finally put down the biggest worry in her heart. Her smile also became relaxed. She said lightly, "The situation has been reversed with the Phoenix Pulse Spirit. We have at least a 50-50 chance of success. Now that the time is on our side, we just need to continue to think of ways to cooperate with the follow-up of the Phoenix Pulse Spirit." Zhou Xiaoduo touched his messy hair and struggled out of Zhou Xiaoyan's arms with a complaining face. Then he heard this sentence. He couldn't help but be stunned. He hurriedly turned his head to look at Zhou Xiaoyan's pretty face. Sure enough, the strong, inexplicable death aura from before had dissipated a lot. Instead, it was replaced by an indescribable unknown. Unknown? How could it be unknown? Zhou Xiaoduo didn't believe it. He activated the Deva Eye and used a drop of luck point to look at Zhou Xiaoyan's face with a burning gaze. However, more strange information was projected into Zhou Xiaoduo's mind. The moment it entered his mind, Zhou Xiaoduo's eyes bulged and his eyeballs almost flew out. How could this be? Because what he saw was Zhou Xiaoyan? Well, it was a series of question marks. What the hell was this? Zhou Xiaoduo was cursing in his heart. How could this be? A series of question marks? What kind of answer was this? It was driving Masters were crazy. When Zhou Xiaoyan saw him suddenly staring at her in a daze, she couldn't help but feel angry, happy, and embarrassed. The moment she came back to her senses, she became even more shy. She couldn't help but pinch Zhou Xiaoduo's waist forcefully and said angrily, "What are you looking at?" Ouch, 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 ouch. Zhou Xiaoduo howled in pain. He was in so much pain that he wanted to die. Mu Yanyan and the others all smiled knowingly when they saw this pair of children playing around. At this moment, a sword light suddenly appeared in the cloudy sky from afar. It was like a bolt of lightning that penetrated the heavens and the earth. It rushed into the clouds and disappeared behind the thick clouds. Sister Lan's eyes were the sharpest, and the owner of the sword light was someone she was familiar with. Although it was just a flash, she still recognized who it was. She couldn't help but be surprised. Qin Fengyang? What is he doing? Qin Fengyang? Hearing that it was Qin Fengyang, Yuanyue couldn't help but look up. She only saw that the dark clouds in all directions had gathered and formed a thick layer, like mountains gathering in the sky. Silver snakes danced in all directions, and countless bolts of lightning interweaved into a big net. Even though the wind was blowing, it didn't have any effect on the dark clouds in the sky. The clouds were getting thicker and thicker, and the sound of lightning was gradually becoming clearer. Amidst the dark clouds, the faint sound of thunder had already begun to resound rhythmically. It was like the dull beating of ancient war drums as it gradually approached. The sword light flashed again, and Qin Fangyang came out of the dark clouds and landed on the big rock. He said angrily, "The wind is so strong, and it's going to rain soon. What are you doing here? Aren't you afraid of catching a cold?" He Yuanyue nodded slowly and said, "The birth of the fire dragon, and the change of the qi of the phoenix vein, we are indeed not safe here. Especially the appearance of the fire dragon, who knows how many years of accumulated resentment before, will inevitably turn into a heavy rain and fall on the world. Let's go back to the office and talk." Just as He Yuanyue's voice fell, a sudden clap of thunder sounded in the sky, as if it was responding to her words. Crack! It was deafening. A blazing white light of lightning, from the clouds to the east and west, went straight to the north and south, and then with a violent force that could destroy the world, it zigzagged and fell to the ground. The whole sky and earth at this moment was even brighter than noon. The target of the lightning was the phoenix turning head, like a heavenly tribulation descending to the world, abundant and unstoppable. Sisterland's vital energy suddenly rolled up, and Qin Fangyang moved almost at the same time as her. He rolled up He Yuanyue and sped away. Mu Yinyan rolled up her long sleeves, rolled up Zhou Xiaoyan and Zhou Xiaoduo, and also flew away. Zhou Xiaoduo's face was full of dissatisfaction and unhappiness. Just now, when such a frightening lightning fell, Qin Fangyang didn't even look at him from the corner of his eye, and directly took He Yuanyue away. "I'm your disciple. Where do you put me by doing this? I'm so angry." Humph. Luckily, I can still control a few of them. If I'm really angry, I'll eat more tomorrow and directly choke myself to death, and directly let you, Qin Fangyang, lose your legacy. Just a moment after everyone left, the phoenix turning head was hit by the lightning. The endless power of the lightning went deep into the whole mountain, and the earth-shattering rumbling sounded one after another. Not long after, the cliff at the back of the mountain began to collapse, and the whole mountain below the phoenix turning head had landslides, and mudslides rolled out. With the appearance of the mudslide, the phoenix turning head, which was no less than 10 million tons, began to slowly rotate. Although the rotation frequency was very slight, it was very clear, and even very coherent. Once it started to rotate, there was no sign of it stopping. With the landslide in the north, the cliff collapsed, and the mudslides rolled out from the east and west, under the gaze of the few people who flew to the sky to avoid the lightning. The phoenix turning head, just a little bit, slowly, turned back. Finally, the protruding huge rock turned in one direction, from facing south to facing north. The whole mountain was shocked for a moment, and then returned to silence. The mudslide lost its power source and slowly stopped. The rainstorm that had accumulated to the extreme in the sky began to pour down crazily with a crash. Chapter 156. In the distance, high up in the sky, when Zhou Xiaoduo and the other 5 saw this scene, 5 of them fell into a state of stupefaction and were in a daze. The momentum of the entire mountain had changed right under their noses. When the heavens unleashed killing intent, the stars shifted, and when the earth unleashed killing intent, the dragons and snakes rose. Only He Yuanyue, who was in Qin Fangyang's vitality shield, was full of relief. She looked ahead quietly and said, "Zhou Xiaoduo, do you see anything?" Zhou Xiaoduo looked at it attentively and said after a long while, "I don't know if my feeling is right. Please enlighten me." "Go ahead." The overall shape of the phoenix, before the mountain changed, was like a big bird. Well, a phoenix spreading its wings to soar, but it didn't fly. The whole structure was very strange, anxious, and angry. It turned its head to look at it, as if it was observing what was preventing it from flying. He Yuanyue's eyes were smiling. "What about now?" Now, after the phoenix turned its head again and again, it was like a phoenix that was ready to take off and could fly at any time. What's more, there seemed to be a very strange sense of stability helping its momentum. It only needed to flap its wings and fly. It didn't need to worry about anything else. He Yuanyue laughed and said, "You've seen it very carefully. This is the effect of the phoenix and dragon souls cooperating and supporting each other. Now that it has the protection of the true dragon, The phoenix no longer has any scruples. It only needs to wait for the right time to spread its wings and soar. This is the extreme trust between the dragon and the phoenix. If the dragon can't block the danger for the phoenix, then the dragon and the phoenix will grieve together and live and die together without regrets. If the dragon can block the external constraints, then the phoenix can really dance in the 9 heavens. This is the dragon and phoenix veins. This is the power of the world. Now, the time and the place are on our side. Yuanyue looked very happy. Originally, this fire dragon shouldn't have appeared now. It is also bound by some shackles. Even if it wants to come out, it can't. Therefore, this was originally a situation where the dragon was in the dark and the phoenix was dead. They struggled bitterly but were powerless. But now, I don't know if it's fate or a stroke of luck. In any case, there are too many factors entangled together. Too many people are working hard. All kinds of forces are mixed together. It's a freak combination of factors. For example, the Umno Alliance, in order to obtain the power of providence of the Phoenix Pulse spirit, resorted to all sorts of means. Or perhaps it was deliberately manipulated by someone to forcefully capture the power of the Phoenix Pulse for their own use. And today's sudden mountain fire, all of these means were originally evil and harmful to Phoenix City and the Phoenix Pulse. But in the end, because no one knew about the existence of the dragon's vein, all of their methods combined, and by a freak combination of factors, caused the birth of the fire dragon today. Today, the situation in Phoenix City is no longer one of absolute death or 9 out of 10 chances of survival. Instead, it's a situation where dragons and phoenixes roar, where the winds and clouds meet. This is fate. This was the predestined fate of the unseen world. Man proposes, God disposes. Yuanyue sighed from the bottom of her heart. Zhou Xiaoyan was also watching this scene. When she heard this, she said thoughtfully, I don't think so. Oh? If you put it this way, I feel that the phoenix turning back is the phoenix waiting. That is, I'm about to leave. Why aren't you following me? That kind of feeling. Now that the dragon has soared, the phoenix is relieved. Hence, it turned back. What it's waiting for is the feeling of relief that it's waiting for. Zhou Xiaoyan's words were filled with the innocence of a young girl. Everyone laughed. If you put it that way, it makes sense. Yuanyue laughed very happily. Sister Lan said quietly, this is also something that no one would have thought of. This dragon's vein is really too well hidden. It's so well hidden that no one realized that there was a dragon's vein here. At most, they only knew that there was a phoenix pulse here. Yuanyue said, of course, it's because of this that they only made all the arrangements for the phoenix pulse. They wanted to capture this lone phoenix directly. However, they didn't expect that this would awaken the sleeping true dragon. They hit the jackpot and awakened the true dragon's vein, turning the situation around to their disadvantage. It's really luck and fate. This dragon's vein has been hidden deep underground. No one has discovered it. Until now, no one has discovered it. It's like a dragon that has been sleeping for a long time. However, at this moment, it was awakened. The awakened true dragon broke free from its shackles. When it soared into the sky, it realized that the phoenix pulse was trapped. Naturally, it reached out to help. It turned into a meeting of the winds and clouds. At the same time, it formed this heavy rain and changed the phoenix's situation. This is a sleeping fire dragon. Yuanyue heaved a long sigh of relief. She smiled and said, now that the winds and clouds have gathered, we should do our best to fight for a 50-50 chance of survival. We can't allow the Phoenix Pulse's power to be stolen by thieves. Now that the true dragon has appeared and soared into the sky, the situation is good. Will the phoenix still be in danger? Sister Lan asked. Of course. Yuanyue said, the dragon's vein and the phoenix's vein are just the natural feng shui of the qi gazing technique. It's one thing for the situation to turn for the better, but it's still far from enough. We still need manpower. We have to be involved to make the dragon's dance and phoenix's dance real. If we don't do anything because we see this, then the final result will still be a dead dragon and a dead phoenix. Because the terrain has reached this point, there's no way to change it anymore. If we don't do anything, the Umno Alliance may accidentally obtain a dragon's vein after they've completely obtained the Phoenix Pulse Spirit. This dragon's vein buried deep underground. It may have been hidden underground for a longer time than the Phoenix's vein. It's unknown how deep and wide it is. When that time comes, it'll be a real disaster. The turning point doesn't mean that there won't be any more disasters. On the contrary, we have to deal with it more actively to ensure our safety. The heavens have given us a hint. If we don't seize it, we'll be letting the heavens down. Everyone nodded in unison, not fully understanding. The 9 heavens dragon's roar pierces the heavens. Phoenix soars through the wind and clouds. In the pouring rain, He Yuan solemnly warned, "What you saw today must be kept a secret. No one is allowed to breathe a word of this to anyone else. Not a single word." When He Yuan spoke, she didn't look at anyone else at all. She just stared straight at Mu Yanyan's face. "Don't worry, old principal," Mu Yanyan said solemnly. "I'm worried." He Yuan shook her head gently and said, "Your Kunlun Taoist school has too many people, and too many people, especially you, Mu Yanyan, are too sentimental. If you encounter your elders, I'm worried that you'll tell them." Mu Yanyan made a prompt decision and swore to the heavens, "I, Mu Yanyan, will keep today's secret forever and never reveal a single word. If I violate this oath, I'll be destroyed by the heavens and abandoned by the gods." He Yuan's expression eased. "Teacher Mu, I'm sorry. It's okay." Mu Yanyan was very free and easy. "This matter concerns the overall situation. Old principal, you should be cautious. And now, shall we go home?" Zhou Xiaoduo asked weakly. "No, let's go to the second high school together. My office." He Yuan smiled, her eyes shining. "A lot of things have to be finalized tonight." The second high school, He Yuan's office. "Teacher Qin, why are you in such a good mood tonight? Did you travel around the mountains and rivers?" Sister Lan looked at Qin Fangyang and asked a rare question. Although Qin Fangyang had already tidied up and changed his clothes, the aura of a battle could not be concealed no matter what. Especially in the eyes of a powerful person like Sister Lan, there was no way to hide it. Not to mention that there were still many wounds on his body that were still bleeding, and his face was pale, which was even more evidence. "It's nothing, really nothing. I'll be fine by tomorrow at most." Qin Fangyang smiled and said, "You guys are really so busy that you didn't notice the wanted order posted on the internet. The most popular news in Phoenix City right now is nothing more than this." "Wanted order?" "Yes, Shen Tainan died while training. His father, Shun Yushu, vented his anger on me and sent people to kill me. In the afternoon, he sent more than 30 people, but they were all killed by me. Then, he posted a wanted order with a reward of 1 billion for my head." Qin Fangyang smiled faintly. The corner of his mouth revealed a trace of mockery with a hint of sadness. He was sad because there were so many good men, each of them with good cultivation, but they did not go to the Sun Moon Pass to resist the Umno Alliance. Instead, they were dogs for the rich and powerful. It was really sad. "This is too much," He Yuan said angrily. "Shun Yushu is crazy." Sister Lan smiled and looked at Qin Fangyang. "So Teacher Qin went out?" "Yes." Qin Fangyang smiled. "I have to let Shin Yushu try and see if he can kill me. Otherwise, I think he will regret it. Just to let others try and see if they can kill him." He Yuan was speechless and decided not to say anything. At this time, she felt that if she was not afraid of being exposed, she would definitely rush up and scratch Qin Fangyang's face. Wasn't he treating his life as a joke? Do you think that your life only belongs to you? Do you think you're the only one? Sister Lan narrowed her eyes and said, "Teacher Qin, what you are doing is extremely irresponsible to Second High, to the students, and to yourself." Qin Fangyang smiled. "I have already taken the responsibility that I should take. Now, others are looking for trouble with me. Do you want me to be like a tortoise and hide in Second High for the rest of my life? Don't forget that you still have your career." Sister Lan said seriously. "You still have your own dreams, your own ambitions." There were some things that He Yuan could not say, so Sister Lan naturally had to say it for her. Although Sister Lan was not willing to say these words. There was no more stock. It was more painful to write now. Monthly tickets, referral tickets, and subscriptions. Chapter 157. Dream? Ambition? These things are too high and mighty. How am I worthy of having them? Qin Fengyang smiled bleakly. Ever since my wife went missing, for nearly 100 years, I searched every day, every night in my dreams. My only goal is to find her. The battle at Sun Moon Pass lasted for decades, and there are no less than thousands of scars on my body. However, no matter how many scars there are on my body, how can they compare to the deep scars in my heart? If I can't find her, my life will most likely be like this. However, Emir Shun Yushu wanted to kill me. It's one thing for me to give him a chance, but whether he can kill me or not is another matter. Qin Fengyang laughed bleakly. Tonight, with Shun Yushu's bounty on my back, I slaughtered my way out of Phoenix City, all the way to Mount Phoenix Tail. Those who wanted this bounty, even Nanji City and Antai City, gathered nearly 10,000 people. We fought until midnight, killing until blood flowed like a river, until the storm stopped, until Shun Yushu set fire to Mount Phoenix Tail. Only then did I decide not to play with him anymore. Hearing this, He Yuenue's expression changed, and she looked at Qin Fengyang with a strange gaze. So, that monstrous fire was actually caused by this? Qin Fengyang was actually the person who triggered the southern heavenly fire? If that's the case, Qin Fengyang and the person favored by the dragon vein had great karma. However, this obviously didn't happen before. Thinking back, regarding the origin of Qin Fengyang's bounty, other than Qin Fengyang and Shun Yushu, there was also a Zhua Xiaoduo. Zhua Xiaoduo? He Yuenue's gaze slowly turned, stopping at Zhua Xiaoduo, who was looking at Qin Fengyang with an envious and worshipful expression. This kid had an expression of, "You're so impressive, you're so awesome, I really wish I could be like you." He Yuenyue was stunned. This kid's aura, was it Daput? How is this possible? How could dragons and phoenixes be of the same origin? She stared at Zhua Xiaoduo and Zhua Xiaonian and was tongue-tied for a long time. Suddenly, she asked a baffling question. Spiritual sense, you and Xiaoduo, you're not biological siblings, right? Spiritual thoughts? Upon hearing this name, Qin Fengyang immediately reacted. He turned his head to look at this girl who seemed to be surrounded by an ethereal, immortal aura even though she was just standing there. She was actually the legendary spiritual thought goddess? And the spiritual thought goddess was actually Zhua Xiaoduo's sister? Was she the cerebral palsy sister mentioned by Zhua Xiaoduo? Even though he was exhausted and covered in wounds, Qin Fengyang almost couldn't stop himself from bursting into laughter. Zhua Xiaonian's face suddenly turned red like a big piece of red cloth. The fairy from the heavenly palace just now had turned into a shy girl in an instant. Grandma, just answer me directly. He Yuenyue had already guessed it, but she still wanted a definite answer. Ahem. Zhua Xiaonian lowered her head and blushed. Her voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzzing. Yes, I'm my parents' adopted daughter. She lowered her head shyly, and her head was almost buried in her chest. Sister Lan was puzzled. So what if you're your parents' adopted daughter? Do you have to be so shy? He Yuenyue knew it in her heart. She smiled kindly and said, I see. That's great, that's great. At this moment, she was really happy, and excited from the bottom of her heart. The two candidates were finally confirmed. Although He Yuenyue wasn't going to tell anyone about this, she couldn't suppress the joy in her heart. The person she had been trying so hard to find turned out to be right under her nose all along. Qin Fengyang was confused. Weren't you concerned about me just now? I was impassioned, emotional, and affectionate for a long time. In the end, you changed the topic and asked if they were biological siblings. What? What does this have to do with anything? Ahem. Qin Fengyang coughed. He timely let a trace of blood flow out of the wound on his arm. Look at me and care about me. However, He Yuenyue was obviously not going to care about him. She was completely not interested in him. Not to mention that He Yuenyue was full of joy now. She was only angry with Qin Fengyang. You foolishly ran out to fight with more than 10,000 people? He still wanted to feel sorry for her? He was really thinking too much. It's a coincidence that I called everyone here tonight. He Yuanyue smiled and said, originally, only Nian and Xiao Duo were invited tonight. But Teacher Mu and Teacher Qin also met by chance and gathered together. This should be said to be a blessing from the heavens. Qin Fangyang took a step back warily. A blessing from the heavens? Are you trying to set me up with Mu Yinyan? What are you thinking? He Yuanyue's next words made Qin Fangyang know that he was thinking too much. What I'm going to say next is also very confidential. It's related to the success or failure of the breakthrough of spiritual thoughts, and also the success of the Phoenix Pulse Soul. If we look at it more broadly, it may even affect the fate of the entire astral souls. He Yuanyue said, so, I need your help. Mu Yinyan and Qin Fangyang said at the same time, Old principal, just say the word. A few decades ago, I made a mistake. He Yuanyue sighed softly and said, and this wrong thing, I didn't realize it until today. It's really a sin. I neglected human nature. People always want to have the best things for themselves, even if this thing was originally someone else's and was destined to be someone else's. However, people are not saints. How can they be selfless? Especially when it involves family inheritance, it can't be normal. As for me, I neglected this selfishness. He Yuanyue said slowly, decades ago, I discovered that there might be a Phoenix Pulse in Phoenix City, so I began to investigate. And the results of the investigation confirmed my guess. There is indeed a Phoenix Pulse here. Moreover, it has the momentum of the Phoenix flight that has been accumulated for 43,000 years. So I began a new effort, hoping that my discovery could be taken seriously. But at that time, I was really a nobody and was not valued at all. Even if I worked hard for more than 10 years, there was still no result. It was probably at that time that the Ming clan and the Ning clan both had descendants studying in the second high school. Back then, the Ning clan was the leading martial arts family in Phoenix City and even in the 4 nearby cities. It was very prestigious. The Ming clan had also become the richest family in Phoenix City. Since I couldn't do it myself, I naturally thought of looking for help. So, I met with Ning Suifeng and Ming Tianyue at the same time. I hoped that I could borrow their power to influence the upper management to pay attention to this matter. In fact, the Ning clan and the Ming clan did use a lot of power to report to the upper management. But after 5 or 6 years of hard work and using a lot of resources and connections, there was still no result. Slowly, these two clans also seemed to slack off. But I can understand. After all, these two clans had already paid a lot for this. So I have always been grateful. He Yuanyue's voice was very calm, as if she was talking about something unimportant. But Qin Fangyang and Mu Yinyan listened with rapt attention, afraid that they would miss every word He Yuanyue said. After that, I don't know if it was because of those continuous useless efforts that the Ning clan's power continued to weaken. At that time, Ning Suifeng retreated behind the scenes and handed over the position of the clan head, at least in name, to his eldest son, Ning Tianlan. And Ning Suifeng himself retreated behind the scenes, declaring that he would no longer care about the affairs of the world. He even mocked himself in front of others, saying that he had worked hard all his life and wanted to enjoy a few years of life. But after his wife passed away, these years were really lonely. At the beginning, no one took Ning Suifeng's self-mockery seriously. But from that time onwards, Ning Suifeng really became an old man who flirted with girls everywhere. As long as he saw a beautiful girl, he would go up and flirt with her. You have to know that although Ning Suifeng was not young anymore, his cultivation was not bad. His appearance was about the same as Teacher Qin's now, looking like a mature middle-aged uncle. He was quite popular with young girls. Qin Fangyang, who was listening attentively, suddenly widened his eyes. You, aren't you telling your story? Why? Are you talking about me now? Old man and popular with young girls. I keep feeling that there's a hidden meaning in your words. Thinking of this, he actually felt a little uneasy. All these years, I didn't do anything. When I saw young girls, I always avoided them, afraid that there would be a misunderstanding. No one knew that in the blink of an eye. Qin Fangyang had already recalled all the things that happened to him in the first half of his life. Then, he heaved a sigh of relief. I didn't do anything. I didn't do anything. After thinking it through, he immediately felt refreshed and a carefree smile appeared on his face. Sister Lan glared at him fiercely. What do you mean by this smile? I just said that you were popular with young girls, and you're so happy? Pooh. Ungrateful person. Indeed, there's no good man. In the end, how many girls did Ning Suifeng get? It's really hard to count. Just those who entered the Ning clan, there's already no way to check. The number of heads is really too many. He Yuanyue said, all in all, Ning Suifeng was really crazy at that time. Sister Lan was busy for the whole afternoon this afternoon, and I've compiled some data. Yes, just a part of the data. He Yuanyue said solemnly, in the past 5 years, just based on the records, there were more than 200 young girls who were brought home by Ning Tianfeng. We don't know how many we haven't found and confirmed. And among these 200 people, more than 170 were pregnant. In total, they gave birth to more than 90 male babies and more than 80 female babies. And these children, after being tested for astral souls, were sent to different places by Ning Suifeng to receive education. Only a few of them stayed in Phoenix City, and most of the mothers of these babies are silent. Perhaps, many of them have already disappeared. But with the Ning clan's status and wealth in Phoenix City, it's really easy to settle these matters, especially since he never laid his hands on the girls from the big clans. From the beginning to the end, he never caused any big trouble. Chapter 158. After that, Ning Suifeng began to look for some female warriors with good aptitudes. For ordinary girls, no matter how beautiful and elegant they were, he didn't care about them. 2 years later, Ning Qingcheng was born. After testing her astral souls, it was found that her aptitude was 97 astral souls, a peerless genius. Ning Qingcheng is 19 years old this year. Hearing this, Mu Yinyan and Qin Fangyang already understood half of it. Mu Yinyan frowned and said, Ning Suifeng wants his daughter to inherit the phoenix vein? He Yuanyue looked cold and ignored Mu Yinyan's question. Then she talked about Meng Tianyue of the Ming group. Following Ning Suifeng's crazy actions, Meng Tianyue also followed in his footsteps. At first, he acted secretly and only hunted girls in the dark. Later, he began to pursue girls openly. So he became a famous beauty hunter in the upper class of Phoenix City. In just a few years, the number of girls that Meng Tianyue has dated has reached a terrifying number of thousands. Those who were taken back by him after they got pregnant, there are about 40 to 50 of them. The children that they gave birth to are all missing, just like what Ning Suifeng did. And those women who gave birth to his children, now they are all dead. Hearing this, Duo couldn't help but show a yearning look on his face. These two people were both beauty hunters. Thousands of people killed. A lot of sons and daughters. Oh my God. But just as he couldn't help but imagine, he felt a sharp pain in his waist. Duo opened his mouth wide. He didn't dare to make a sound to interrupt He Yuanyue, but his facial features were distorted by the pain. Turning his head to look at Xiaoyan, he showed a begging expression like a pug. He pitifully mouthed, "Spare me." The soft flesh in his waist was finally free. Xiaoyan calmly retracted his hand. There was not a trace of anger in the whole process. Everything was so casual, as if it was his own arm and finger, as if it was his heart's desire. Like this, another 3 years passed. The year after Ning Qingcheng was born, Meng Chenyu was born. When it was time for Meng Chenyu to take the test for astral souls, her innate talent was the 9-5 astral souls. Not only is she a peerless genius, she also has the fate of an emperor, even above Ning Qingcheng. About 5 years before Ning Qingcheng was born, the Ning family suddenly moved their ancestral grave. At that time, the person who was invited to look at qi and feng shui was the famous qi diviner, Blind Hong. Yes, at that time, Blind Hong wasn't blind. It was only after he finished observing the geomancy of the graveyard for the Ning family that he lost an eye. 4 years before Ning Qingcheng was born, Meng Tianyue suddenly moved the headquarters of the Meng Corporation. During this period, they spared no expense in speeding up the construction period, causing the entire project to be completed within half a year. Then, despite the cold, they moved in. And the person who watches the Ming Corporation is also Blind Hong. After looking at the feng shui of the Ming conglomerate, Blind Hong really became blind. Both of his eyes were blind. When He Yuanyue spoke to this point, she suddenly stopped. Qin Fangyang and Mu Yin Yan's moods also became very heavy. Although they couldn't deduce the whole story based on these secrets, with their wisdom and what they saw tonight, they could more or less guess the situation. He Yuanyue drank some water and ate a pill. After resting for a while, she continued. According to my investigation, Meng Qinyu and Ning Qingqing's birth characters are fake. Nobody knows the real birth characters of these two girls. He Yuanyue laughed self-deprecatingly and said, I have to say, with the strength of these two great clans, it is really too easy to trick and deceive a lonely old woman like me who usually stays in second middle school and almost never goes out. Qin Fangyang's eyes burned with anger. After Meng Qinyu and Ning Qingqing were tested to have astral souls, they encountered many assassination attempts by the UMNO Alliance. Now that I think about it, whether or not the mastermind behind the assassination attempts was the UMNO Alliance, it is hard to determine. Let's just say it like this for now. Then the two families came to me and begged me to show them the way. I considered the past friendship between the two families, and the fact that those two girls had the qualifications to inherit the Phoenix vein. So I thickened my skin and invited a few experts from various sections. In the end, it was Kunlun Dao School's teacher Mu. He Yuanyue nodded to Mu Yin Yin. And teacher Chiu of Zizai Dao School stayed in Phoenix City and took in Meng Qinyu and Ning Qingqing as disciples. Teacher Chiu came early and took Ning Qingqing as a disciple. Teacher Mu came a year later and took in Ling Yin first. The second year, she took in Meng Qinyu. He Yuanyue said, originally, if the Ning family and Ming group only coveted the Phoenix vein, I might not be angry. Helping others and helping oneself is a good way to solve the problem. But today, I found out that the two families, in order to ensure the success of their plan, one in the cemetery and one in the headquarters, tied the Phoenix vein's two legs. These two legs are what Xiao Duo and I saw at Phoenix turning around today. He Yuanyue sighed softly. Using the terrain, they tied the Phoenix's two legs. How can the Phoenix fly? Also tonight, after confirming it again and again, I made a new connection. Holding the Phoenix's two legs and not letting the Phoenix fly, there is still the Phoenix vein soul, but this derived Phoenix vein soul power is not complete. At the same time, I can already confirm that the true inheritor of the Phoenix vein soul is Ling Yin. But based on the previous situation, with the Phoenix's two legs tied and unable to fly, Ling Yin's Phoenix vein soul power will definitely end in failure. There is no luck. If my guess is correct, after the Phoenix vein's soul power fails, the true inheritor of the Phoenix vein will definitely die. And the power of the Phoenix vein has already rushed out, but it can no longer be retracted. And the person who is not the Phoenix vein's inheritor cannot accept the Phoenix vein soul power. And because the Phoenix's two legs are tied and controlled, the power after the Phoenix vein soul power fails will be divided into three. The left Phoenix vein will rush into Meng Qinyu's body, and the right Phoenix vein will rush into the Ning family's Ning Qingqing's body. And more of the Phoenix spirit soul power will rush into the air. The spirit soul power that rushes into the air will still be unable to truly soar into the sky because its two legs are tied. At that time, there will be two possibilities. One is that it will dissipate in the air and be fed back to the mountains and rivers. The other is that it will be taken away by someone. For so many years, the upper echelons on our side have never noticed this. So if there is someone who takes away the Phoenix spirit, it will definitely be someone from the UMNO Alliance. You can well imagine this. He Yuanyue's voice was heavy. Speaking until here, her breathing became weak and she stopped to drink water. But Mu Yinyan and Qin Fangyang were so shocked that their scalps were numb. Especially Mu Yinyan, because Meng Qinyu was her disciple. Qin Fangyang swallowed and said, So, the Meng family and the Ning family are most likely colluding with the UMNO Alliance? He Yuanyue finished drinking water and gently said, Not necessarily both families, but at least one family is undoubtedly colluding with them. Now I finally understand why the upper echelons did not pay any attention to my painstaking efforts for more than 40 years. He Yuanyue laughed self-deprecatingly. It's because I entrusted it to the wrong people. Mu Yinyan understood. It's still these two families? Yes. These two families provided money and manpower to help me. I have always been grateful for dozens of years. He Yuanyue's expression was bleak, and she said, but what I never thought was, Qin Fangyang snorted angrily and sneered. Using this matter to deal with you, it could not be easier. The two families were both rich and powerful. How could they not be able to get in touch with their connections? They must have contacted the weaker ones while spending money to contact the stronger ones to stop you. Like this, you will never be able to achieve your goal. And you will only see them running around, and the gratitude in your heart will accumulate day by day. It will also make it easier for them to obtain information about the Phoenix vein from you and turn it into their own family's arrangements. Truly a good scheme, a good method. Qin Fangyang gritted his teeth. So right now, these two families cannot be trusted. You must assume that they are colluding with the Umno Alliance. He Yuanyue breathed heavily and said, so I need you to help me. Mu Yinyan's expression was solemn. Please speak. First, I need to confirm which of these two families is related to the Umno Alliance. Second, I need to know Ming Qingyu and Ning Qingqing's real birth characters. Third, the Ning family graveyard and the Ming Corporation's headquarters must be destroyed. Hearing this, Qin Fangyang and Mu Yinyan's expressions immediately became ugly. These three matters were truly each more difficult than the last. Not to mention the first two, just the third. A family that had been in Phoenix City for thousands of years, the #1 martial arts family. You want to dig up their ancestral graves? The other was a business empire that had businesses all over the Yinwu Empire. You want to destroy their headquarters? Not to mention He Yuanyue and Mu Yinyan. Even the current governor of Phoenix City, Wan Pingyuan, would not dare to do this even if he had gone mad. I know this matter is difficult. He Yuanyue also had a worried expression. But these two matters are related to the success or failure of the Phoenix Pulse. From a certain perspective, the success or failure of the Phoenix Pulse also affects the fate of the continent. Although it may not affect too much, even if it affects the slightest bit, for the entire continent, it is a huge matter. If we cannot stop it, even if we die, we will have no face to face our ancestors, and even more so, no face to face our descendants. Qin Fangyang laughed bitterly at himself. How can I, Qin Fangyang, have descendants? Ahem. Sister Lan lightly coughed and interrupted. Teacher Qin, this matter, just tell us if you will help or not. Although Sister Lan interrupted, He Yuanyue's expression had already darkened. How could she not understand Qin Fangyang's meaning? I don't even have a wife, so how can I have descendants? I have no face to face our ancestors long ago. This unfinished sentence caused He Yuanyue's heart to ache as if it was pierced by needles. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.